Hello. Can you all hear me? Can you all see us and all the rest of it? Is everything good? Please just let us know quickly down in the comments. We have with us the Geek Squad, which is Bailey's Bug Blog, aka Knock Scott, and then Little Scott down here at Scott's Animal Adventures. And I'm just your beautiful host that will just sit here moderating these two. But please let us know down in the comments if you can hear us and see us and all that lot. And just remember that there is a bit of a delay in when we say stuff and when you guys comment as well. So just give us a few seconds. Hi, Exotics Radio Podcast. Hi, Anton. Yeah, late. It was the missus that was actually making the tea, but Hi, Fantasy Geckos. Hi, Toby's Exotics.
Hey, chaps, I'm just faffing with something. So.
Hi, Leslie's Eight-Legged Devils.
No
Hi,
surprise there.
Hi, Lexi. Hi, Lincoln.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Lizzie. Hi, Ben's Pets. Ben's Pets is another serious geek.
Booyah.
With Ben's Pets, my God, I go to him for so much information. It's unreal. Don't know about literally on anything. Some of the stuff that I put out, and talk about, he's like, no, it's this, and you go research, and he's always right, always. Scott, you won't believe what I found today. Anton's finally found his penis. Bees and teeth husbanders. Hi, dude. Chapman's creatures.
Right.
Typing and eating dinner isn't my strongest talent. Katrina, hey. Oh, fantastic. Tarantulas are in the house. That's Katrina. And Hadley are also watching.
Trina and Hadley's in the house.
I went down to see them, completely away from Facebook, completely away from YouTube. And my God, it's just, it's stunning where they live. Absolutely stunning. Also, I must say that those guys, for me looking in, are completely in love. For anybody even thinking about questioning that one.
Guys.
Oh, Anton.
Drama
Anton smashed $4.99 on there. My God. I will obviously put that towards the Amazon tree blower. I think we've now got £50 in total. So Anton's going to be helping me look for the setup, get it up and running, and then obviously go find one. And there's going to be a couple of videos for that, but it's not going to be till next month because YouTube's one of the most funniest things when it comes to payments and all the rest of it. Last month's payment is going to come between the 21st and the 26th, and I desperately need some more AV equipment, so that's going to go towards that. Next month will be this month's stuff, so next month, fingers crossed, if we've got enough, we'll be going and getting the Amazon tree blower set up and all the rest of it. Now, let me just fly back up through the comments before we get started. Hi, Ophis Spider-Verse. Hi, Bailey. Hi, Scott. Animal Adventures. Hi, Scott Inverts. Hi,
Lewis,
Anton says Lewis.
Cool.
Hey, Lewis.
Hey, Carl. Carl McCauley in the comments is one of the people that have literally supported the channel as soon as they found out about it. Carl's the one that's been building all the racks, sorting out everything in here. Absolute top guy. He's not very well today, so get well soon, Carl. The weather down here, Katrina, is absolutely hammering it down. It's literally stopped about half an hour ago. I'm coming from work absolutely drenched. Absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it's just...
Mate, you okay? Green tree with emerald. I'm
basically stopped raining. Up in Lancashire.
Your Prince Charming asked where his prince was last night. That would be Richard over at Northern Exotics. Yeah, I couldn't hit the line, unfortunately. I missed it. I was just busy doing other stuff. And then a bit later on in the night, I promised Layla that we'd have a little marshmallow dip and chocolate session and all the rest of it. So we did a bit of that. So I had a bit of family time last night. Dale Strong. Hi, Dale.
Hey, Hill.
Hi, Dale. Yes, Carl's just put, thanks, Scott. I'm a poorly boy. Oh, there you are. Katrina, they told us we got sunshine and light showers. The roads by us turned into a river. Katrina, I was working in it, and I literally had about 10 minutes left to do this job, and it was raining. Then it come down a bit heavy, and I thought, bloody hell, it's heavy. And then it come down heavy. My God, I was literally dripping. 45 minutes to drive home, heaters on, full blast. Could not dry out by the time I got back. Toby, it's an Amazon tree boa he's getting. Scott, your video's lagging a bit. Not staying long. Hi 0161. If this is lagging a little bit, what we're going to do is I'm going to pop into the other room and just pull the internet box a bit closer towards the kitchen, just because then it might help with the internet connection. It has
worked out. This is wired. This I've had to. I was getting stupid problems, so I bought flipping 15-meter cable. That's a bit of a nightmare, really, but it's all over the place. Like, yeah. Problem is, you want to get wired for serious streaming. It's hard work. You could get some home plugs and do something like that, but it is hard work.
Don't. I'm not too worried about that just yet.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
To get the wire into the kitchen, it is literally. We're going to put. Well, Cole doesn't know yet, but Cole was going to bring his manipulative drill, put a hole through the wire, and then just get like a 10-meter cable, bump straight into the laptop. That will be it. Hi, Russell. Russell says, all right, guys, didn't expect to see another live this week. It was actually Scott Sandler's Adventures idea. And Scott wanted a bit of a live with myself and Bailey. Geek Squad team up. I am just your beautiful host for the evening. Howard Gordon, which tea is the best Weber? Oh, you could be looking at a pumpkin patch. You could be looking at a GBB. Dolichothelli Diamantinensis. They are.
I've not got one of them. Not got one of them Dolichothellis.
They are awesome Webers as well. But if you want some serious webbing, then move away from tarantulas and look at the true spiders, something like the Linotheliphallax.
Look at that. That's that.
Another tarantula that webs up a lot, which is overlooked, is the OBT and the Mikumi, the dark colour form as well. They both web up exceptionally well.
Inverts, maybe.
I mean,
you pay for your StreamYard Pro version. Fantasy Geckos, I'll pay for the £20 a month version. I'll do, yeah.
Exactly, cracks. That's the Phallax. You knew it. Spotted it there.
On Android,
it gives me extra hours each month, and we get to do some funky stuff with it. There is another. You can pay an additional £20 a month for streaming HD, but we're not financially good enough for that just yet. Bailey, Scott says in the description of the video that you are full of animal knowledge. I'm here to listen. Both Bailey and Scott, in my opinion, and a lot of the other community opinion, is also say the same thing. They are exceptionally intelligent. A lot of questions that I'll get asked through Scott's inverts, if I don't know, I normally inbox Bailey, and then Bailey does know. I think that's pretty key as a YouTuber. If you've got your own page and people ask you questions, if you don't know, you've got that responsibility to go and get that information for them. You know what I mean? That's
probably because of my wherever it is. Colin's Guide to Insects of the World. Basically, it's like a book.
Guide to Insects of the World, and then we've got Scott's Guide to Isopods of the World and Reptiles.
Yeah,
it's like a book from the 80s.
You're expecting your OBT sack? Ooh, I'd say 2 to 6 months. I would expect to see something. Stefan, hi Stefan. We were on about Stefan the other day. I want him to do my. I want to piss across here in the BTS car park or Donny car park. If he's still up for it, because I am. Hi, Appian. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to pop in the other room just to move the internet box a bit further forward, and hopefully we'll get a bit of better Wi-Fi for you. All right? And then we'll get on. We have got no structure for tonight as per normal. It's one of my lives, so it's just going to be chaos. But these pair will no doubt put the geek side of it all on.
Get some home plugs for your Tinterweb as well. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it extends the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, you can extend the Ethernet off them as well.
I think by pulling it through into here, if I want to upload anything in here, it's safe to do so. In the front room, I can upload stuff, but it's got to be late at night when Leo's in bed. Otherwise, he'll be tapping. Chapman's Creatures says, anyone know about snake flies? Chapman's Creatures, it was Bailey that I went to and asked. He knows his
old
snake.
Prehistoric creatures.
Away. Well, I'll go and
prehistoric, basically. One of the first sort of inverts, insects, snake flies, scorpion flies, anything like that. Interesting little predators. I've forgotten what they eat specifically, but they're probably distant relatives to stuff like. Well, no, they'll be close relatives to stuff like lacewings and antlions, scorpion flies. I have never seen a mantis fly, a snake fly even. I've never seen a mantis fly either. I've never seen a snake fly in the wild. And when I saw that picture, I was amazed. Awesome. I think you sent me a picture. Scotty T, basically. I presume it was from you, was it? Ha! It's that. They eat stringtails. Nice. Do you agree that we need to get more royal tree snakes? That's not my speciality, that, I'm afraid. I'm not really the reptile guy of the crew here. But
actually,
if it works, it works.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reptiles that if you go back 10 to 15 years, you go into a reptile shop and you see everything. And then you go in now, you see royals, corn snakes, and milk snakes, and that's about it. So,
right.
Anything you can think of that's not DWA, I think is absolutely well worth putting the effort in to try and captive breed and get back into the hobby, because even your likes of your garter snakes and that, you barely ever see checkered garter snakes in a pet shop now, and they're such a great species. And the likes of, you've got your three main snakes, your corn snake, your royal python, and then you've got like a boa. And other than that, you really don't get the variety now. I mean, even hognoses they sort of went away and now they're sort of coming back again. So I'm quite happy about that. But rat snakes, you barely ever see rat snakes in captivity now. It's really, it's not great. The way that the hobby is going with reptiles and that, we need to stop focusing on morphs and start focusing on species. And I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's bring a purple snake and let's bring in something that is unique in its own right. Naturally from the wild is unique. And we'll get some captive breeding on that, because if the population in the wild then decreases, you end up with captive breeding programs. So zoos could get captive bred individuals and start looking at reintroducing to the wild and everything like that as well. So like conservation efforts really benefit from having these species in captivity, like with the Hog Island boas, because there was so much captive breeding and that in the pet trade. The Hog Islands definitely had a sort of break from being taken from the wild and that when they closed the border, and because of the knowledge etc from the hobby and how people were keeping them, I believe that also helps with the restabilization of them on the Chaos Cochinos and Roatan Islands.
So I'm looking at a hog nose. I've been looking at getting a hog nose for about a year. I've been offered a couple of albinos and I've turned those down so far. Recently, I actually got offered an African house snake.
Oh yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Nice.
That was albino. They're quite cheap, and it was a swap. They wanted a couple of tarantulas that I got, and I have got these are tarantulas where I've got like 4 or 5 of the same species. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They wanted 2.
Yeah.
They wanted 2 juvies. So I was in chats with them, but then one of their children got ill, so I'm just waiting for them to message me back. So fingers crossed they do that tonight. That'd be pretty cool. I love a swap. I do.
This is back in the 80s. Like, I used to go to a pet shop in Blackpool called Northwest Pets and Avery, and they had stuff like agamas, like toad-headed agamas and stuff like that, and loads of different kind of newts and salamanders.
But this is back when nobody gave a shit about CITES or importation, did they? You know what I mean? People were just like,
I guess
oh, you've got it. Yeah, give it me. Nobody was thinking about the conservation or the impact on wildlife it was going to have so much in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. This place had like what they call ground squirrels or gophers and stuff like that. Prairie dogs. There's prairie dogs in that store, actually. I remember.
In terms of that, it's like you had all of that going on in that, which was absolutely horrible, shouldn't have happened, but it's how you got all your species. The thing that people cocked up with is they started breeding all of these different colour forms and different patterns and all that lot, rather than focusing on having the variety stick in the hobby and do it ethically. So they stuck with their beginner species because people saw corn snakes, royal pythons, sometimes both as these beginner snakes that anyone could pick up from a pet shop and go and keep. So they focused on those, and then they started getting cool colours, and then that means that more people got into the hobby because they could have a pure white snake with blue eyes or the likes of that. And the issue then is your borders tightened up, your importation got a hell of a lot more complicated and a hell of a lot more bureaucratic with all forms, import documents, all of that lot. You can't just bring them in on a ship and start selling them. So the whole reason the hobby's gone and bottlenecked is because people focused on what looks pretty rather than having the variety of these interesting snakes. And the likes of Mandarin rat snakes. The Mandarin rat snake was renowned in the 80s and the 90s as being a snake that you would buy and it would die, because they would come in with a lot of respiratory infections,
right,
stuff like that, and people would keep them hot because the antibiotics were made to be kept in a warm environment. So you needed to keep it in a temperature range that then fitted the antibiotics, whereas the snakes themselves need about 24 to 26 degrees, at the very, very most sort of 27 to 28 degrees on a basking spot. So our summers in the UK can be extremely problematic for people keeping them. But luckily there have been people that cracked the code and that had the real passion for these beautiful rat snakes, and so they're still available, but they're extremely rare. And you think how many other species you could have had if people weren't focused on purple passion ball pythons, for example. I've got nothing against people trying to breed purple passions or any more, so apart from spiders, jags, enigmas, etc. But you could do so much more with just having wild, normal type animals and having a variety than having like all of these different ones of the same thing.
That's B&T's. And what I'll do is in between while you're geeking off, I'm going to jump on and see what people have said in the comments.
Yeah, cool.
B&T's and other inverts. Thank you, Scott. Without you, I wouldn't know who the spider shop was, and I wouldn't have 2 C versicolas and 2 Lasiodora parabamas.
Hey,
Spider shop are good. Once you've got as much out the spider shop as you can, then pop over to Fantastic Tarantulas if you're serious about spider keeping. They do some awesome rare ones. Happy out. The weather has been terrible today. Every time I jumped out of the lorry, decided to piss it down. Mate, I've been working at it, literally lying down in it and all sorts. It's been awful. Ashley said it's all new to me, but yeah, it seems cool here. Scott's Animal Adventures is a friend, so I thought I would check it out. Thank you for saying hi, Happy. Ashley, well, thank you for popping over from Scott's channel to this one as well. Really appreciate the support.
Cool.
Exotics Radio podcast says, sorry to hear that, Bailey. I had that with the H. Liverdom cracks. I think that was that one.
Yeah,
ETPs are rarely seen in the UK. I just bred those captive bred. However, I'm getting into the morph, says Anton, as well as doing Horus. Oh, look, says Beasley, yeah. Scott, keep the nasty weather to yourself. It's warm and sunny here. Do you know what, Cracks? It was warm and sunny here, absolutely gorgeous, and you kept sending me pictures via Instagram of snow. So now it's flipped round full circle. So, Cracks, it's your fault for sending me those pictures.
We'll send
Cracks was sending me pictures with snow outside and blaming me. So the rain now, she's got sunshine, so it's got to be Cracks' fault, surely.
It was warm and sunny when I went to get my car washed, then leave the car washed.
Some rain. I took out the van at one point today in my t-shirt. And then it was like 2 seconds later, the heavens opened, down it came. It was like, what is this?
That's
I was
right.
on the motorway yesterday heading to IKEA, and it was flipping. You couldn't see like 2 meters in front of you. Flipping.
Probably helps if you wear your glasses while you're driving, Andrew.
Rugby to
I'm going to try contacts.
You couldn't see nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to give contacts a go as well, actually, because it's just for convenience. Because I work in retail, so flipping got a mask on a lot of the time, and it's just flipping. You know, they just steam up these. Look like Mr. Magoo half the time. No good. Hey, Kai. Right.
Kai says second live stream and happy to be here again.
No, I mean
Scott, Bailey, and everyone else. Yeah, the live stream was actually Scott's Animal Adventures idea. He was busting for a live with Bailey and to jump on. And like the title says, these two are the Geek Squad. I am just your absolutely beautiful host for the evening.
Inverts, reptiles are your boys' forte. I mean, some of the stuff you talk about with reptiles, it's just like that for me. I'm like, right, yeah. So it goes vice versa. You come to me for some of the invert stuff, reptile stuff. I'm like that. See you later, Cracks. Enjoy.
I mean,
Cracks. We shall see Exotics Radio
tomorrow. I can do week after.
We shall see Exotics Radio podcast on her channel on Friday, so that's tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'm going to be there in the comments. Bailey will also be in the comments, and no doubt Scott will either be in the comments or on screen as well. Bailey will probably jump on. Where are you? That way.
Tomorrow I can't. I'm in the lakes in Keswick.
That's no excuse. You got a mobile phone. Scott, keep doing every Tuesday and Thursday, says Anton. Anton, mate. Oh my God.
Drunk in the lakes.
To do 2 lives a week and then 2 videos a week takes so much time, and it takes a lot of time away from my family. So if I can ever get to the point, which is like every YouTuber's dream, where I can give up work and just do YouTube, then 2 lives a week is a definite possibility. But at the moment, we're just doing it. We'll probably do it sporadically across the year. Do you know what I mean? Instead of every Thursday. It does get a bit difficult. Do you know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. Why don't we see how we go with every other week?
Toby's Exotics agree we need 2 lives a week. Pretty sure.
Like every other week or something.
Well, it works 2 ways. So if I'm going to give you guys, like, you know, or if Thursday you want us 3 again next week, then you're going to have to kind of share all 3 channels out. Do you know what I mean? To give us a bit of back. Get Bailey subs up, Bailey subscribers up, get Scott subscribers up, and as a bit of a thank you. It does take a lot of work.
I've done some videos today.
Especially when you've got a missus, 3 kids, and one of them's autistic. Do you know what I mean? Because 2 nights a week, 4 nights a week for me, I'm expected to put the autistic lad to bed and spend 2-3 hours upstairs with him. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, my mate's lad's the same.
It's hot. I know. Just messing says Anton. Hi, Dave. I think Dave Hatfield. I think he was the latest.
Oh wow, nice.
As well.
Sounds.
3 of the best streams ever on my screen right now.
Thanks,
3 of the best streamers. Thank you so much.
Yeah, how good's that?
That does absolutely mean the world to us 3. Yeah. Toby, I may be able to join this live if you want. I thought there was going to be many more peeps on the live. Toby, possibly a bit later on, mate. I think to have you on a live, I want to run it past your parents first, just to make sure we're all good. Because if Toby doesn't know anybody on the live, then that's an issue because of his age.
All right. Hey, Toby mentioned about content, and he's absolutely right. I've done some. I just had a play around, did a couple of feeding videos before, and they take ages to like render, don't they? Hey, Sonic Boom!
Oh, Anton.
Well, I mean, for you, Bailey, it's
Anton's jumped straight in there. My God.
it takes longer for you because you're doing it on proper camera. Whereas for me, and do it all.
Thank you, Anton.
I'm trying to not do them in 4K now. I'm trying to do them 1080 for YouTube. Like, there's no point, so I've not got a 4K laptop anyway.
I'm doing all mine in 4K now.
Recording, and I might just master it as 4K, but it's all through my phone, so it's not as good as what you can pump out with your cameras and that. But it does the job. I think you do the same, don't you, Scott?
No, my people are banging on about the quality of my camera at the moment, but the camera footage from this camera goes onto my phone, and then I edit it in KineMaster and put it out at 4K. So Wi-Fi this phone. I'm
looking at a learning experience.
I'm looking at 2 to 3 hours to get it from the phone to here. So once I've finished recording a video, to get it on the phone, to get it uploaded and processed onto YouTube, probably takes the best part of 6 hours.
Yeah, it does, mate. Yeah.
But do you know what? I like it. I like how it looks at the end. And
yeah, I like the fact.
Keep thinking, if I can whack it out at 4K in years to come, when I look back at what I was doing, in 2021 or whatever, I'm going to see it better. Do you know what I mean?
It's how when we have like holograms, I appear as a hologram and I'll make myself look younger.
With people being channel members and stuff like that now, it's. I feel like I owe that 4K to them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
just a lot of time.
What I do, I save the 4K videos. I'm a bit like that. Like save them in 4K, and then I render another one as 1080p. Do you know what I mean? So I've got 4K master, and then I've got these 1080p ones for the YouTubes, which I'm going to start doing proper again. I've got some nice footage of my little velvet spider feeding and stuff like that. I've got my macrothele feeding. Tried to get my sand spider feeding. That didn't happen. It just sat under the sand.
What was that one you put up today? The ISO LA or the Mexican
LA Corrado, which yours truly got me. The man there, he got me that.
High transport, healthy. Secretly money. Unusual Pets is in the house as well, so please make sure you subscribe to Unusual Pets. Leah is absolutely amazing woman, really, really beautiful lady. We did that. That was last year.
A year ago. Yeah,
because Bailey supported me from the word go, literally.
Yeah, it's like a thing, wasn't it? It's like a bit of a bonus there, Brucey bonus,
and all sorts. And it was just like, well, how do you say thank you? And it's like, well, the man's into true spiders, so boom, we managed to send him one over, and it worked out. It was already in an order that I'd already placed as well, so I didn't even have to do the postage and packaging. I literally just had to send a little bit of money over to somebody. Oh man!
Hey,
happy Ant. I don't know how.
Happy on you, ledge.
For this, so I'll say everyone here is amazing.
Chapman's, I'm gonna have a look at that thing. The mantis, the snake fly. Sorry, they're not. They're just.
Oh,
the more common down south, I think. They're not sort of worth anything as like an invert pet, if you know what I mean. They're just sort of a curio. Well, the thing is, interesting. They're prehistoric. They're very, very old. They're probably one of the first. They were flitting around when the first reptiles were around, or whatever. They're an old genus. Snake flies, mantis flies, lacewings, antlions, old. Yeah, priceless. True that. Old school.
Yeah, I mean, the surprising thing with my
Um,
the main isopods I'm selling on my eBay, so selling through eBay is a bit of a pain in the arse, but it just gets a bit more of a consistent business going. And the main ones I'm selling out of my stock are the Aniscus ocellos, the native ones, the common shiny woodlouse, and they're doing quite well at the moment. Ellie's bug babies, I've finally sent out her isopods that she won. I did a little giveaway on one of Crax's streams a
Oh
while ago.
yeah.
So she's getting some ladies sent her way. And the others that seem to be selling all right are the powders and the dairy cow. No, the white Lavis, the snow white. So it's the ones that you wouldn't really expect to be like a consistent one because there's so many out there already.
Yes. It's like
But
Hoffman
for
Sega.
eBay-
Everyone loves them, don't they? It's the big.
Transport Maniac says, I always see Happy donating on here, Northern Exotics channel. He's a big supporter of both the channels.
Ledge.
Is Happy.
Ledge to the end.
He's also a moderator on this channel as well. Yeah, he's a pretty good friend since the word go as well. Going back to the snake flies, it just reminded me of what I did yesterday. And I really, really wish I got the camera out. And this is, do you know the calcium worms?
Yeah.
Do you know when they turn into flies?
Yeah, soldier flies, yeah.
And it looks like they've got a stinger on the back of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so the sea sarley, the Cupidus sarley that we've got, the tiger wandering spider, I thought, I wonder what you'll make of this fly. So I managed to catch one, dropped it down into the enclosure, and now what my sarley normally does is it'll go down to whatever it is, bite it, inject the venom, come back up, and leave it to die, and then go back down munching all the rest.
See you have it. Yeah.
So the sarley goes, whoop, bang, venom in, move away, it dies, they go back and munch it. With the fly, the sarley, this is what I'm thinking. The sarley has seen the stinger, or what looks like a stinger in its tail, waited for it to be in the perfect position, gone down and bit it on its back. And it was coming from the top and it moved round to get angle straight on the back of the actual fly. So that stinger can't go backwards, can it? It can only go that way. So it's bit the back of its back, and then instead of letting it go to the floor to die, it held onto it till it died. Now I think it did that for two reasons. One, because when it stings the back, goes onto the back to bite it to put the venom in, that stinger can't go around and get the spider. But I think it also held onto it because maybe in the wild the flies go crazy and go all over the shop when they get bit, and there could be a point where it lands on the spider and stings it. It really did. It blew my mind a bit.
It's like me. Well, like they search for weak spots, don't they? I think some species do.
It's like scorpions when they've got a mealworm.
I was going to say that, yeah.
The exoskeleton on the to try and get to a soft spot.
Could well be.
Full of calcium. Calcium strengthens the exoskeleton and makes tissues that are molting.
Possibly, yeah. You got to remember to look at the biologically available calcium that's in a calcium worm. It's not excessively high. I was on about this on another stream. But what we do is, because if you're going to feed an adult female calcium worms, you're going to have to put about 20 to 30 in, which then obviously increases what the spider's taking in calcium-wise, significantly enough to affect the exoskeleton. One calcium worm to one sarley isn't really going to make much difference, so we're all good. Shells and Legs says, hey, hi everyone, just tuned in.
Shells and Monsters.
Giant hissers, headlight roaches today, currently not together. Is it possible to house these together? I would say yes.
Never done it.
But you are going to get morphs, and you could get them munching together. So I don't. I keep mine both separate. Bailey?
What I would say in that situation is
Never done it. I've not kept roaches for ages.
so the similar situation of isopods. But whichever one breeds fastest will eventually outcompete and really diminish the slower breeding one. And obviously, where hisses take quite a while to grow and quite a while to sort of get to a decent size, you might find that headlights, if they're a bit faster at the reproductive cycle, you'll eventually just have about a handful of hisses and 50,000 headlight cockroaches. And then you've got to also think about their location and where they're from originally, what kind of climate they need, if they've got the same humidity and temperature. You know,
I think the problem lies as well is that you've got the possibility of them eating each other during molts as well as.
Yeah. Same with the isopods. If you keep Lagus in with Armadillidium, you'll probably find that Lagus will take over because they will be protein hungry and the Armadillidium won't.
But does the same rules apply to hissing cockroaches and headlight roaches?
All depends on the protein uptake, and I believe that cockroaches do have a protein load and a natural affinity to like a crude protein in their diet. My roach fuel, I think, is about 24% protein. So
I feed mine like I add a bit of fish flakes in sometimes for mine, stuff like that. Yeah,
I add. You can buy ethnic shops sell little minnows, which are like kind of this big, frozen. So it was actually Carl that showed me this one. So you just unfreeze one of the fish, chop it up into tiny bits, put it in with your isopods, and they will absolutely smash it.
Got you.
There you go. That's exactly the ones, yeah. A couple of sprats. They're all good.
A couple of quid a pack.
Hey, cold-blooded monsters. Hey, dude.
100-gram pack for a couple of quid. You go to an isopod supplier, you'll get a 10-gram pack or a 50-gram pack for like 4 quid. So get them. They're bigger sprats as well, so they last a bit longer with larger colonies.
It's like people are telling me Cracks does it. She buys maggots for spiders and stuff, and you get loads. If you went to a fishing place, obviously you get the ones which aren't dyed and that. You get loads.
No, I mean I buy pinkies for
right.
The only issue you've got is they can bury down into the soil. But 9 times out of 10, when they bury down into the soil, they literally just turn into chrysalids, pop out as a fly anyway. So pinkies are only small flies, so the spider can munch one of them anyway. Maggots, the fly tends to be about 3 or 4 times the size of the maggot when it comes out, so you have to bear that in mind.
When people do that fall jumpers, don't they, who keep jumping spiders?
Oh, yeah.
I gave my jumper a buffalo worm earlier.
The T-Celedonia we've got, I will knock about 5 flies in it, and then 6 or 7 of the chrysalids, that we've got in the pot, I'll knock those in as well.
Yeah, in my assassins, I've put a couple of the pupa for waxworms.
Yeah, I've done that.
Brilliant idea.
Toby, yeah. Yeah, you do, yes. It works, that, what Toby's saying.
I don't want to be controversial, but I'm just sorting out the animals. I've got a few spiders. I've got a wolf spider and a house spider that I collected from outside. I've kept them for a while and I love them. They're doing really well, and I've created them epic habitats. I think it's
European.
Give me 2
Yeah, well, I mean that's two. If that's both from the UK, that's 2 spiders that are readily available. They're not endangered, so I think that's all good.
But mainland Europe, invert keepers do keep ours as a novelty. Like they keep thingy, Atrica, is it? Tegenaria atrica or Etrigania atrica? The house spider, basically. They keep. I don't think they get them over there, and they keep them. They keep them like we keep Porto Santo wolf spider or something.
But then, I suppose to them that's an idea of an exotic creature because
it's the same difference. It's like us with you Scorpius, isn't it? We get something like that. It's happy days for us.
I suppose it's just like us keeping anything that's not native to this country.
Well, don't people like herpetologists keep? Is it green tree frogs, which are quite common in France and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Yeah, fair enough.
Where did Scott go?
Oh, he did mention. He just did mention he's going. Like, so yeah.
Hello.
Nice here again.
There he is.
Yeah, I pull it down to Mum.
Still training daily, Scott?
Pardon?
You still training daily?
I was doing 3 days a week, 3 to 4 days a week. But this week I've done Monday, Tuesday. So on Monday I went to the gym with Ashley if she's still about. She might be asleep now. She does night shift. But then on Tuesday I went with my usual lads, Lewis and Jack. If they ever pop in, I'll give them a proper shout out. But good lads, known them quite a while. So we go there, smash it. We done a cable day on Tuesday. So we done all the yeah, so all like your arms mainly and all that sort of stuff, and your overhead.
Your triceps.
Yeah. So it was a really good session.
Back. You can do so much with cable machine.
Yeah.
You're looking good for it though, dude. You are looking good for it. Oh gosh, yeah. If anybody in the chat's got any questions, invert related, remember to blast them away. If you want to take the mickey out of any of us, just blast those comments away as well, not a problem. Lizzie says, does Bailey make his own lives a little behind his head?
Do I make my own setups? Is that no?
Does Bailey make his own lives little behind his head?
Don't quite get that.
I think she might mean lights.
The second screen when you put the picture of the bug.
Your own little lights behind his head. Those ones.
The Govey strip lights, which are quite the more reliable ones than generic ones I've had. To be honest, you pay a bit more, but they work. So I swapped. So I used to have these ones called Yi lights, but the server went down, so you couldn't use them on Wi-Fi and stuff. So no, I don't, Lizzie. I don't. These are mantis den enclosures. These ones from the mantisden.co.uk, and I love them. Superb. I need to. A few of them I need to seal. My LP is behind us. You can't actually see that, but not all of these because that's sealed because there's an L-Phalax in it. But when I first started making them, there's 2 of them I've built and I didn't seal them, so they leak.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a bugger. But
the Mantis Den ones you've got, yeah.
Mantis Den, yeah.
How do you seal them? Because the ones I'm looking at are 15 by 15 by 20.
Yeah,
and just getting in there and doing it properly. I don't know how I'd really get on with that because obviously I've only got the big aquarium silicone tubes. So I don't know if there's like a little applicator pen style one where I can.
It's thingy. I use the normal that HAB, is it? HAB stuff.
HA6 is the one it's talking about. I use Aquamate by Everbuild. I found that HA6 has quite a few air bubbles in from what I've used.
Oh, I
you
just
can
have
always
smoothing
cover it
tools.
like coilite or soil dust anyway.
Well, I just use a thing. I use like a little whatever they're called, finishing tools or whatever they are. I just use them.
The triangular ones.
Yeah.
Think about how I'm going to get down inside the enclosure and,
practice a cardboard box, literally.
Movement I do.
Yeah, I build them. What do? I do, because I put backgrounds on all of them. So I make floor, 2 sides and the back. That's what I do, and I seal that. I've made the background and it's laid flat there, and then I put the top on last so I can seal. I seal what I can. Wait until the background's dry.
Then you do your top last once you got your door on. And
yeah, I don't seal I only seal the bottom. like about a third of them or something on the bottom.
I've only sealed around to the top of the substrate.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's all I'm
just
doing. Yeah.
Maybe 2 mil above the substrate just to stop the water from the substrate going out.
Yeah. Which
Kyle says we actually have a colony of green tree frogs in the UK.
Yeah, I bet we have in like Norfolk Broads or something because they live. Yeah, could well do.
A question to you two. Obviously, you've got a hell of a lot more experience with spiders in general, but no doubt you've both kept jumping spiders before I take it.
I haven't.
Yeah,
I want to get some jumpers. I haven't. No.
Okay, you've only seen them on the wild and that then.
Sorry.
Your Solticus footage, was that the wild then?
Yeah, they're wild ones there on the walls in garden. Yeah. I've got a thingy. I've got a gander. I've got a rhesus. I've had a rhesus wild canary, and I've got a Gandameno velvet spider at the moment.
What are they like compared to jumpers? Because they're interesting looking. But my main question is, what do you keep your adults in? Because at the moment I've got the 10-ounce deli cup, and my jumper's probably about 4 mil.
Well, it's not fine in this. This is an adult in this. So just give me a sec. That's about 1 point. Can you see that?
Yeah, the only thing with that is it's top opening, isn't it? So for a jumper, they make their hammock at the top.
Yeah, what I do with that was if I was keeping a jumper, I'd turn it upside down.
Okay.
Turn it upside down and sort of put a cork in it or something in the top. Put a bung in it with a hole cutter, something like that. Have I got any at hand? Now, when I need to rehouse some species, I'm buying from Asda. They're about £3. The ones I like, the bigger.
The plastic, like the vacuum seal type.
Yeah, brilliant. Russ sent us that as well. They're spot on.
Russ was sent
link, mate.
Makeup brush holder.
Yes, he sent me the link to that. It's spot on. It's like a cantilever, like open like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen them with people building them and selling them on for quite expensive, aren't they?
I'm surprised. They look
20 quid, putting a little vent in it. If it's the ones I think of,
I need to buy some vents.
Send me over a link if that's all right.
Yeah, I'll do that. Or Russ has got the link as well. Where can you get the little vents from? Because instead of drilling holes with my little Dremel, I want to put vents in my next enclosures.
Amazon.
Yeah. What size do we need? Like 22 mils, something.
They're called camping vents, but sometimes you want to get like super fine mesh ones.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I want. Are they metal or plastic? I want.
Yeah, but you want it might even be like camping mesh material just in case. So you can make your little disc of mesh and sort of hot glue it around the vent.
Yeah, I've got my old glue gun.
Put the vent in, but work out what hole saw sizes you've got.
22. I've got a set, so 22 mil I'd be going for, and a big one on top.
Mine I've got from 19 to 127.
Oh yeah. I've got yeah.
As long as you can find a vent that fits one of the sizes that you want to drill, then you're usually good. And having the Dremel is so handy because if it comes up slightly short, you can always just put the little foam disc on it and just whirl around the outside, or the sanding little drum sander attachment.
We've got I've bought clear acrylic pasta jars with bamboo lids. They're brilliant.
Yeah, Leo and Lizzie are spot on.
Focus Exotic says, Scott, since you mentioned the Psalmopoeus myrnia to me, it's become one of my dream species. I'm going to wait a bit until I know what I'm doing a wee bit more before I jump in and get one. Toby, let me stop you there. We've paired ours up, so if we get an egg sac, it's all successful.
2 seconds.
Mate. Not a problem. And literally, with your experience, Toby, if you breed it, if you bring it up from a small sling, you'll be absolutely fine anyway. Lizzie says that's the same as Tesco's 1 litre tubs, £3. As for the vents, I'd buy off eBay, and I've got metal ones with fine mesh holes. If you buy the vents and they just come with the slats in, you can actually just hot glue gun on the inside. The Muslim, well, I use like a Muslim net, or exceptionally fine net. That's what I use. If you get the plastic vents without the tiny meshing, you can get it. Russell says he's just sent you the link, Scott.
Yeah, I've got that now. So these are my Scorpion enclosures. So they're 0.7 litre for the what's it called? L Australadi. And then I've got the 1 litre Amazon tubs. I think they're about 3 for a tenner. And then I've got little Morton jars and different stuff, all from like Amazon and that. So at the moment, I'm getting quite good with like making my own little enclosures and that on like the budget. And then instead of vents, what I do, with the mesh and the hot glue, does the exact same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's definitely something. If I'm gonna have a proper enclosure, I want to get like a nice looking one going forward.
You can buy. I mean, I've got boreal stuff in like tall sweet jars. So like sweet jars that used to have bonbons in or something like that. They're plastic. I can't remember the measurements off the top of my head, but what I did was measured the ID, the interior diameter, and went onto Amazon and found an air vent that actually fitted straight into the top, which was pretty cool. So what I did is take the top off, put that on the top, and then just put a couple of holes in around the bottom where the substrate layer is, just above that substrate layer. And what that does is creates an airflow across the substrate. So hopefully stops mold. But I think mold half the time is an inevitable pain in the backside in our hobby.
Yeah, it's a lot of people that are using the cocoa fibre get mould. So
yeah, I used to. Still do. The setups I've still got cocoa fibre in.
Topsoil seems to be a lot less mould prone.
Yeah, definitely sterile topsoil. You can't rule out mold 100%, but you can do what you can. Also, with the cocoa fibre, I found that's the only one where I've got the mushrooms, as opposed to anything. Obviously my biotopes haven't got mold or anything in, but
yeah,
I've got topsoil, Wix's topsoil in, or the Leviton's topsoil. None of those get any mushrooms in those at all, which is a bit mad because the coir ones, they seem to pop up really quite a lot. And with the mushrooms, what you've got to do is, people do say that hold on, time for me to get some shut. I hope you all have a great evening. Cheers, Happy Ant. Thank you so much. No doubt to see you again soon. I use a Dremel to create tiny holes if I can't get a vent, says Leah from Your Unusual Pets. But yeah, where was I? The mushrooms, a lot of people say, you can leave them in the enclosure because that's what they experience in the wild. And it's like I said on a previous stream, in the wild, it's not an enclosed space. So they don't experience high levels of fungus that obviously comes out of the mushrooms. Also, a lot of mushrooms that are in the enclosures can possibly do you damage, depending on what mushroom it is. And so as soon as you see that mushroom come up, just go in with the tweezers, get rid of it, because the spores can obviously create more mushrooms and create damage for yourself, spiders, and even other pets like cats and your dogs. So I always try and get rid of the mushrooms as quick as possible. Everybody's saying night to Happy Ant. Scott's Animal Adventures. What's your opinion on panther chameleons? I've got a female currently. I've got a baby male reserved to be picked up in a few weeks. A wee exciting breeding project. Have you kept panther chameleons, Scott? Or have you got knowledge based on that?
I have dogs, and a lot of people have said if you want chameleons, you need a calm, like very serene kind of environment for a lot of species, which is something I'd never be able to guarantee, especially with the dogs barking. But in terms of the actual chameleons themselves, they are absolutely beautiful. I think they're probably one of the most stunning chameleon species you can get, along with veiled chameleons and a couple of other species as well. But Yeah.
See you later.
Um,
Unusual
Vince.
practice. Just I've got to say bye
Hey.
to Lily. Brother to bit. Great stream, guys, but I have to clean out my gerbils and hamster. Enjoy your evening.
You like happy as well.
Yeah, see you later. Chapman's Crease is back, hi mate. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, so like with the chameleon, they're quite a long-lived chameleon species. I believe they average about 6 to 8 years, so similar to what a lot of people had bearded dragons for back a few years ago before they really nailed the husbandry and got them up to about 10 to 12 years now. So I think it's absolutely brilliant, and I know quite a few people do manage to breed them. So best of luck to you. I think that's going to be absolutely brilliant and a really good thing to get into, Toby. One thing I would say is make sure you've got plenty of airflow. Ideally, obviously keep them in like a ReptiBreeze screen cage, and just make sure you're getting that humidity, etc. with your daily mistings and stuff. Keep it as well as possible, and maybe get some of those digital combo meters. They'll show you your live humidity, so you can see how many times on average you need to mist a day or a week, etc. But if you do all that, then you should be absolutely set for it. Pretty good.
Anton says, Toby, get a GTP.
What country are panther or continent are panther chameleons from? Oh, there's a Jackson's, isn't there? Which is the one the horns? Because my friend, he
The
lived
Jackson
on a compound.
so
Right.
it's
Well,
like it's got two and then sort of like one country.
he lived in Tanzania, in a compound, and he showed me a video of it on the walking around one of the chain link fences. Like,
yeah, but a lot of chameleons come from Africa. I may be wrong. There may be some in the rest of the world as well, but your typical chameleons, and I believe your Jacksons, your Parsons chameleon, Yemen chameleon, all of those I believe are from that African continent.
Yeah. Nice one, Russell, by the way. Yeah. I've had loads molt upright. Don't worry about that. When I first spider I ever had, which molted upright, was a Formictopus cancerides blue. I was like, "What is it doing?" I was like, "Oh no, something's wrong." Yeah. I've got
New World. Formictopus New World.
Yes, naughty New Worlds.
Old World, and they sound similar, so I was getting mixed up.
The New World, the hairs are a pain, real pain, and the venom's a lot stronger than most New Worlds.
Yeah, they're
is it the Hispaniola one that you had was Formictopus, wasn't it?
I've got
the Cuban bronze.
2. I've got Oratus and the Spaniel Giant, which is Cancerides, I think.
The Oratus is a Cuban bronze, and the Richamatus is also mistaken for the Cuban bronze, but the Oratus is actually the Cuban bronze.
What's the isn't there one that's like a green carapace or something?
Yes, there is.
There's a Formictopus species green femur, where the carapace is gold and the legs actually show a hint. Well, it's like a sheen
as well, isn't there?
We've got the Oratus, the Richamitis, the Cancerides, the Mashali, and the green femur. I'm sure I've got another one as well. What I can't remember off the top of my head.
The Snail Eater. Metal Gear Snail Eater, which is that one? There's a Formictopus. It's called the Snail Eater. Is it like Cultivax, Culturella-vax or something? I don't know what its Latin name is.
In response to Dave, Baron's races are absolutely brilliant.
See you later, Toby's exotics.
Toby.
See you later, Toby. So, whether Barons, you want to keep it arboreal, obviously. They are a South American species. I am almost 100% sure. They come from sort of lower central South America kind of region, I believe. I've not actually had a hell of a lot of experience with them, and the last time I done some research into them was over a year ago. So don't take all my advice with absolute gospel. Obviously, do your own research, but you want to keep the humidity sort of moderate, sort of 60 to 70, up towards 80 in shed. And when you're handling that as babies, etc., it might be worth sort of like using gloves just to socialize them at first, because they do have a more sophisticated juvenoise gland that is quite good at getting the venom in. Obviously, being rear fang venomous, they do have a bite that's similar to your mangroves, your Toxicoridas, and your other sort of hotter non-DWA species. So a lot of people say, notice a ringing in your ears. You might feel really, 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 and you know, absolutely amazing snakes on. A lot of them are very handleable. So I hope that helps. And if you can, hop onto Pioneer and Advanced Reptile Keepers, and I'll try and get you in touch with some people that have personal experience and keeping, breeding, etc. If you'd like.
Wow, happy days! Look at this. Carl's having fun. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Carl's a good friend. He's itching like crazy. Just
don't
moving
mess
out.
with them things.
It's the only tea that makes me itch, mate. The LP, the Lazadora Parabama, the Lazadora Kluge, all three Theraposters and the Themictopus make me itch like crazy. If I had,
as I say,
if I do any filming on those and I have to get them out for the film, because I'll do a care video if I'm gonna rehouse the spider, because then I've got to get it out anyway. So if I've got the spider out here on here, or on the previous desk, I should say, and forget to clean afterwards, and just put my fans on like that, my God, get itching all across here, all down here, especially the backs of your elbows, the inner elbow there, gets me something chronic there, and then in between my fingers, just there and there. But it's just one of those things we put up with, isn't it? Russell says, since stumbling across Scott's channel via Northern Exotics channel, I've become so interested in inverts and now have 3 spiders. That is absolutely awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome. That's the whole idea of me and Richard pulling together, is to try and get reptile people across to the inverts and invert people across to the reptiles, and make the 2 communities one community. So instead of having reptile people over there, invert people over here, me and Richard have been trying to pull those 2 groups together. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of inverts keep reptiles, and a lot of reptile people also keep inverts. So that's what the original concept was. I mean, Richard's channel is it's absolutely mind blowing, amazing, and its subs are accelerating crazily so. And but yeah,
as I say, just watch it with the LPs. Anything I might have. We talked about this before, haven't we, Scott? But I might have.
Yeah,
the cornea damage that I have could be. There's quite a few things going on at the time when I got it, but the cornea damage on both my eyes, because it goes over the iris, it's in my line of sight, could be related to either a curly hair or the LP I had at the time. Bad if it is, but nothing I can do about it now. Live and learn.
So, Anton, I currently keep a corn snake, a Western hognose, and a Hog Island boa. But I have had a Brazilian rainbow boa in the past and a gopher snake as well. In terms of experience with other snakes, I'm always researching. The main thing that I wanted with my Facebook group was to have a big knowledge pool of care and advice. So on my beginner species Facebook group, I've done pretty much all, apart from New Caledonian geckos. I've done my own care sheets from my own research, my own experience, through friends, family, etc. that have kept them. And so I have a comprehensive list of my own personal care sheets that I am happy and comfortable to send out to people. And that's in the files. And I'm aiming, when I get the motivation, to start doing that for the advanced species. And that would be over 180 different species in total. I am looking to personally research and put the time and the effort in to make a comprehensive care sheet for.
Sweet. Henry G says, Scott, I love the OBT vid. What do you keep your girl in? Would an Exoterra do, or will it be worth replacing the mesh lid with acrylic or using glass? Mine's in the Exoterra as per that video, but I will convert the mesh to plastic for more arboreal tarantulas, or if I find that GBB is actually climbing up to the actual roof of the Exoterra, I would actually do that. But at the moment, I've just got the mesh on there. She's not. I've never ever seen her climb that high. But for anything arboreal, that mesh lid does really need replacing. Russell says, I do prefer your channel to Richard's though. You'll have to drop a message on one of his videos, wind him up.
Yeah, laugh it up, Fuzzball, by the way. I saw Old Man Bailey, but now I've seen the... Right. All right. If I ever get control of this, you're getting it. Pure.
So what the lads can do is they can set their channel, their names up. So Scott's Animal Adventures, got Scott's Animal Adventures. Bailey's Bug Blog, we will wind each other up over in a day, right? So, earlier on, I changed his screen name to Old Man Bailey, and now we've put it to I Love Sniffing Turds, and he's only just clocked. Well, I did see I thought if Bailey sees that, he's going to look, he's going to know, because he's going to wonder what that's about.
Old Man Bailey is
reptile care sheets are on point, says Stefan.
Thank you, Stefan.
Right. So this Old Man Bailey just brought up. Right.
I know, yeah, I know.
That Old Man Bailey is a thing. I actually sent a few of us years and years, 15, 20 years ago now. We were in the pub, and there's a website called Paranormal Database, okay? And it covers like ghost stories from the area and stuff like that of Lancashire. And we sent an article off about a ghost who haunts a pub, which was me, called Old Man Bailey. And it's been published, and it's in print. You can actually find it in print. The legend of Old Man Bailey is in the Paranormal Database and Myths and Legends of Lancashire, and it's me, basically. I'm a ghost, apparently.
Coy Biscock, McKissick, sorry, says, if anyone's wondering, life is good, except from the fact my blood pressure has been high recently, so I've had to have a blood test and an ECG done soon. But with that, I'm all good. Fingers crossed that every test that you go for comes back with the results that you want. Fingers crossed. Is there any way we can send a pic in the chat, says Carl. Carl, you can't put dick pics up. If you WhatsApp me a picture, I can hold it up to the camera for you, though.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably share my screen. In fact, I've got a footage of my jumping spider if you'd like to see it, Scott, or guys.
Do it.
Let's have a look. Footage of the jumping spider.
Video. Make sure I get the right one. Don't want my sexy dancing or nothing, do we?
So that means you two both are going for road bit. Is there any?
I'm sharing a video.
No. Scott isn't doing it via OBS, I don't think.
Me?
Scotty A. You're Scotty T, Scotty A.
Scotty Jr.
Yeah.
Video file.
I thought you froze it.
No, I'm just thinking. It's my thinking face. For some reason, I don't want to share today. I managed to last time on the stream, but that is nice.
It's just ace, that, isn't it? That
is 500 quid's worth of snake. That's a green sea python baby.
So is that
that's now you can see why I want one.
What locale?
You'd have to ask Anton because these are his.
People aren't going to better not start for this searching my channel like that now.
I'll tell you
Because
what.
we're going to get a whole different kind of videos.
Hi, Mr. Krabs. It's an ARU, he says.
Oh,
Worth every penny of £500, says Dave. Yes, definitely, mate. It's definitely something I'm going to be saving up for in the future, just because it's just like, wow. Henry G, if you could only keep tarantulas from one continent for the rest of your life, where do you pick? The Americas, Asia, or Africa? Oh my God.
America's for me, because there's the variation. You've got like don't get me wrong, I love baboon spiders and stuff like that. Some of the most interesting ones. But I love all the little pygmy. I love all the little, like Depentalorus and stuff like that from
the other side
Happy Palmer, Colombia and stuff. Yeah. It's asking to pick from one continent is extremely difficult for me because
it is New World for me.
I have a bit of an issue when somebody says, "What's your favourite spider?" I can't put my finger on which is my favourite. Normally, it's whatever I've managed to get hold of last. But then there's no one spider that I always go back to, over the others. So for me, that question is extremely difficult because it involves a lot of thought, like a lot of thought. Because you've got GBBs, but then you've got the Mikumi dark colour form, which are both stunning tarantulas.
That's a Hadley Davis special, that, isn't it? All those stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So surely you won't see the Mikumi as much as the GBB. A lot of New World species you see a lot more.
Minor. Yeah.
Well, they're a lot more fossorial because there's so much more that can kill them. They have to hide away a lot of the time, and then they go and, it seems to be that kind of environment.
I was on about this on Tuesday's stream, right? A lot of my spiders hid away, including the Mikumi. But now I've got 2 layers. This is 2 layers of inverts. So we've got tarantulas at the front and then tarantulas again at the back of those. And with this corner being so dark, the Mikumi has webbed up the whole of its enclosure. There's 3 tunnels at the front, and it usually sits at the front of the middle one, and it's out quite a lot. So again, that's probably to do with lighting to where it's moved to now. So if you're going to keep a Mikumi, try and keep it a bit more in the dark, and you might see it a bit more often. With the RCS, I've noticed no difference in light, dark, or anything. They tend to hide full stop.
I'm thinking about getting a cover for my isopods, seeing if I get more breeding activity, keeping them dark. Some people keep them in blacked out tubs. I
get you. Yeah. Russell,
you can like paint the size of your enclosure, couldn't you, to make them feel more comfortable. This is something I'm strongly thinking about doing with mine because when they're in the wild, they're in like
that's the reptiles, cool.
They hide away in dark spots, don't they, spiders? So I was thinking, the darker you can make the enclosure, the more often that spider's going to come out because it's going to feel secure.
What I do,
I might try 2.
This is if it's a display
the same size, one with the paint, one without, and put 2 OBTs in and see what happens.
Well, if it's a display setup you're doing, right? Like say you're using like a tea room thing or something which is on display, basically. Why don't you do like almost half? Like a semicircle.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Effectively, like you're doing 2 sides and the back of a square. You're doing
that's what I'm going to do with a few. I'm going to start doing that with some of the huntsmen and have loads of sphagnum and moss at the back, like for me, like an huntsman and stuff, so they can hide. I've just checked. There's a comment by Russell there. It's quite.
Russell just said, "Okay, each of you, what is your favourite pet species? Tarantulas, snakes, scorpions, etc." My God, for me, it's got to be true spiders. I've only got a couple at the moment.
Cashback.
And one of the things is with the true spiders is they're fast as anything. Their legs are lovely and gorgeous and pointy. they're an absolute apex predator again because of their speed and the webbing's amazing. The positioning on branches and the way they hold themselves is actually absolutely amazing. A lot of the huntsman and crab spiders lie flat to glass and lie flat to cork bark and literally just disappear. Absolutely phenomenal. But they, as Bailey will tell you, true spiders have fascinated me since the word go. Bailey only made that fascination for me with true spiders worse, especially last year with the Ishnathelli cordatas.
Well, technically, yeah, you know what I'm gonna say there, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna go full on geek squad there on that. So technically, it's a mygalomorph species, but you know how it works. I get it, mate. I do get it.
For the sake of, if you want to go into the differences between them, you can. But for me, it's true spiders, tarantulas, because that's where my channel is.
I get it. It makes a bit. It's the same for me, by the way. It is. That's obvious, and it's trues for me. Same. There's such a various. You've got what? What have I got? I've got me gander minnow. So there's that. Look at the difference between that and like Sicarius sand spider, which is flipping mega interesting to me. That the way it behaves. I got lucky with them and the orms that was so many legs. I
show you Kyle's. This is Carl in the chat, Carl Macaulay. High acid reptiles. This is his morning gecko setup.
Fucking awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
love all the vines and stuff. I love that.
That's UK fern in there as well. I think the only foreign plant in there is a pathos.
I went to when we had when Thingy just started Invert Pets, someone was advertising some setups, and I went near Rochdale to pick some stuff up, and this guy, he had day gecko enclosures. They're amazing, with like bamboo going across and stuff. They're massive, built into frames, and yeah, I think they were like communal. A few of them. It was awesome, absolutely.
I've got some mad ideas for the morning geckos when we move. That's an Exoterra, and you can have your morning geckos in there breeding like that. But then, if that was you could only put one in there.
2 seconds.
Henry G says you can have any tea you want, no permit or license issues, full permission and import costs paid, but you lose a ball. What do you choose, a ball or the tarantula? And what tarantula would you get? Henry G. I've already got it. It's the T. Celedonia. We got the sling. That was one of my absolute dream species, literally. And fantastic tarantulas made that. Andrew?
Well, I'd sack it all off because I've had an injury called a torsion before, which is where you twist the ball. So definitely, it's the balls 100%, mate. That was a deep rare pain, deep burn. That. So yeah,
Zenensis,
don't talk about the balls. No ball.
Zenensis species white, I would sell a bollock for.
Oh Christ! Then when you start speaking in straight Zenensis, however you say it.
Zenensis.
Mexican when you say it.
Zenensis.
Yes, Zenensis. I see.
That's a spy that I've wanted for a while. I don't want a sling. I want a small juvie towards adult. So the prices for those are just like through the roof somewhere.
Oh.
So I'll get one maybe one day, never, like, you know.
Serious business.
The T. Celedonia come from fantastic tarantulas. Katrina was in earlier. The other half, well, her and Hadley had actually bred those. They're good friends. So
going that, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's good going that. Yeah, the way he was doing it as well, the way he was going about it was very professional like. So, I got the
By always says Carl.
Aloe vera.
Definitely. That's something that I really wanted to try and get into this year, especially through the summer, is bioactive tarantula bills. But my thing is the tarantula going to produce enough waste to keep the bio side of it going? Or am I going to have to add on more decomposing wood and leaves in there? Do you know what I mean?
Actually,
and decomposing wood. And in a tarantula setup, you don't want any kind of wood lice because if they molt and you've got
molten, yeah.
Real deal, that. I think even them dwarf ones do it. Trichosa, I don't know, whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Them tiny ones which live in the sub.
Trichorhina tomentosa are less protein hungry.
Yeah. I think they kill one of my scorpions.
The thing is with the Trichorhina tomentosa, it's still a Porcelio sort of layout species.
Night, Henry. Cheers for all them questions, mate. It was ace.
Oh, night, Henry G.
They do curl up.
We're live next week, Tuesday, 8 p.m. on this channel again, dude.
Well, hopefully I'm not up stupid time. What isopods are okay, Scott?
Armadillidium are usually a safe-ish bet.
Safe-ish, or is it an ish? Like,
well, I mean, technically they're not protein hungry, but
it's
you really want to trust them.
What
because
you got there?
They do have a desire to have a protein level.
That's a glabrifons, is it? Is that a trickle of
scorpion? That's glabrifons.
Nice species, then. Nice, then.
This one's really great. It's not done much burrowing yet. And for anyone wondering, it's a dual layer substrate. So you can see there's a more coarse substrate beneath it. So you've got your sandy layer like they would in the wild, and then you've got your more coarse particulate layer. There's also a more humid area. The water bowl, I let it dry out fully before I replenish it, just because I don't want it to be too much of a humid environment. And naturally, have a reliable supply.
Where are they from? Those are they from like the Middle East or something? I don't.
They're from Mozambique.
Oh, okay.
The other Apistophamus species are sort of like Mozambique and that sort of area. And that's the biggest scorpion I've got at the moment. Not the biggest species, but the biggest individual. And then my second from smallest individual, but my smallest species is in here.
Just sending me mate a link. I hope he doesn't. I hope he behaves himself. I really do. Well, he should do.
And this is my Learchetus Australasia.
Find that, please, that Learchetus. Please, because they are the tiny little communal bods, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nice. They're parthenogenic, it says on the website. So I've had a look at.
But their stinger is so small. You see it next to my finger?
Yeah.
It's tiny.
That's nice. So it's about.
Burrowing scorpion.
Oh,
one of those.
They might be like scorpions, them, Scott. I'm not sure.
They're wood scorpions.
Right, okay.
Or burrowing, then. They will burrow. If you all had to get rid of your whole collection but one animal, what would that one animal be? My dog. My dog wouldn't go anywhere. In fact, a year and a half when me and Tara got together, she sort of sacrificed her idea of not having a dog to keep mine. So, my dog. And believe me, if I had to get rid of everything for the sake of my dog, I would. There wouldn't be no two ways about it. Because when I got off all my drugs and everything else, is when I got my dog. So when I went through my rattle and all the rest of it, my dog was there for me. I used to cuddle her and all sorts. So Could never ever get rid of them.
Collection bar one. It might. I know some people might scoff at it. It might be me LP because it's the most. I don't. Well, I've got actually my cat, but I'm. That's not part of my collection. That's part of the family. If that makes sense, like little fluff. Maybe me LP because it's gonna. I mean, it's going to end up in a big display enclosure. It's very active. It's an interesting spider. I know you can get slings for about £2 when you go to a show, kind of thing. Lovely creature, really.
Yeah, LP slings.
Everything else I've got, which is fancy, is too, in my opinion, is too temperamental. Is that the right term? I mean, I've had Sicarius slings die out of the blue and stuff like that. And
everything died in a molt, and I'm still.
Oh, it's just a killer, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Anything like it's just some of them. I find some species are delicate, aren't they? So the nicer things tend to be delicate, in my opinion. I don't know. It's not a general thing, is it? But yeah, they can be.
Oh, good answer. Same here, says Russell. Okay, Scott. In my actual invert collection. Oh my god! You see, the T. Celadonia's up there, but then so is my Euthalius species green as well. Right, which you just don't see. Oh. But I don't know. Probably something like maybe my morning geckos, because they were a gift from Carl Macaulay, or maybe one of the other spiders that was a gift, or my Versicola. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. I love having slings that other people have bred. Do you know what I mean? Or animals. The morning geckos, they all come from Carl's breeding project. Do you know what I mean? So
nice.
It's got more for me. Stuff like that have got more value than
Dakota.
Something like a Zenensis. They really do hold a lot of value for me. Hi Dakota, I'm all right, mate. You okay? So we're gonna have that question for Scott Junior, I think.
Yeah, so in my collection, my boa is just my pride and joy. You know, ever since I got it, the boa was the catalyst for all the knowledge I have now. You know, before the boa, my corn snake was on Aspen. You just saw its enclosure. It's so much better, and you know the bioactive and getting into the isopods and that all came from him for the boa. So he's really the reason that I've got to where I am. You know, I mean, my corn snake is part of my childhood, etc. Now coming on sort of 12.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
The boa is just so much more for me, like personally, with my personal development.
Oh yeah, cool.
I mean, back in April last year, the corn snake was on Aspen. The boa had a ceramic heat pad, like an old school ceramic plate heater, and when that started failing was when I really went into sort of going into like CHE versus other stuff and really going from there. So, you know, everyone knows that I know my stuff, but they don't realise just how quickly I've learned.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
April last year, massively deep.
From when we first started speaking, Scott, what, about a year ago now?
Yeah.
Your isopods, I don't think you even had any at the time.
No.
And that came into play for you with lockdown, and suddenly Scott literally developed his knowledge for isopods over the course of about 48 hours.
Skills, yeah.
This is because Scott has got an amazing talent of just being able to absorb information literally like a sponge.
I'm like your lad. I'm on the spectrum, so it really, I think that plays a part of it really, because
Mm.
a lot of people with sort of like Asperger's and the more sort of functional, less impacting side of the spectrum, they have like these little quirks where they might be really good at remembering numbers or faces, or you know. So it's a more subtle side of autism, but it's where I really shine is like the knowledge retention and stuff like that.
I was speaking to one of my friends, and it's on subject but off subject kind of thing about autism. Now, our Leo, he'll watch the washing machine, and he likes to watch it go around all the rest of it, and he'll watch it a bit longer, and he'll watch it for a lot longer than what, let's say I would. And I was chatting to friends whose kid's also autistic, and what they said was that their kid is now sort of 8 years of age, and his mom puts the washing machine on, so the washing machine's spinning around. He'll go in and he'll sit there for 5-10 minutes watching the washing machine, and he'll tell you how many pieces of clothing is in that washing machine and what each individual item is. Mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. I said, reptiles, I've got Asperger's, bro. All the best keepers do, definitely. I think mental health. We make the world colourful. We make it a mad place to be, and we make it the best place in the world, best place in the universe, don't we?
My mate is on the spectrum.
So I wouldn't have the collection I've got now if it wasn't for the fact that I was feeling crappy with all lockdown and that, and needed something to really focus on and put that love into.
Definitely.
My mate, he's on the spectrum, and he's an engineer, and he's like MacGyver. He just looks at anything. You know what I mean? It's impressive. He modifies equipment. I mean, he does it as a practical job, like modifies stuff. He just looks at something and just sorts it.
Yeah, I came out of school and went on an Airbus apprenticeship building satellites.
Nice.
And I've been through a couple of other companies in that since, but while my next needs sorting, I can't really do much. Whose is that, Scott?
That's Kyle in the chat. He's been set up a month. There's actually water in the bottom of there, look, with tadpoles.
Yeah, with a paludarium.
The picture Justice, I've seen it close up, yeah. He's got millipedes are in there, so there's deep substrate at the back, and then he's put the Damus medius gave to the babies, so he's put those in there as well. They're doing amazing. Literally, like I said, it was Carl that said about feeding them the fish. His 2 Damus medius come from the breeding that we did with them here. And his 2 are absolutely hench compared to all mine, so it just shows you that a little bit of fish does work.
Right, that's interesting.
And then Anton's just messaged, this was mine, but I ended up with mold, so I removed the sides, etc. There's Anton's old one.
Oh, nice one.
What's this as well? Is it GTP?
Yeah.
Look at that. There's stuff going on here.
Dakota's just gone. He said that's absolutely devastating, Scott. It just shows you. It just goes to show you if the male makes one mistake, it could mean disaster. This is referring to the
like
OBT
a night out in Wigan.
This is the OBT pairing which we did, and the female was literally about 4 times the size of the male, and the female actually ended up munching the male. Now, I've spoken to a lot of breeders, and I've had a chat with a couple of people on the Arachno boards as well, and everybody is saying, especially the seasoned breeders of OBTs, they're saying it happens sort of 90% of the time, and female will munch the male. If there's been a successful insertion, there's a higher chance of that female OBT munching the male.
Yeah, probably because he's food. You know what I mean? It's probably
the male basically sacrifices themselves, and it makes them so with OBTs, I saw 2 insertions, but with her eating him, has made me think that there was definitely at least 100% one.
So are
Otherwise,
they coming from Mantis
like,
with
when
the,
I've paired them,
the old ones?
when I've paired them up in the past, the males stayed in a smaller enclosure. They paired up once or twice. I didn't see an insertion, and she didn't eat him. This is the same female. This is last year, and she didn't eat him, and he lasted about 2 weeks in that enclosure, and eventually I took him out, and we had a very small egg sac. So this time I'm thinking, with her being another molt on, she molted 2 months ago, and obviously eating that male, I'm going to have a look, and hopefully we'll get a bigger egg sac. Now, what is pretty crazy with the OBTs as well is they don't create the typical stereotypical golf ball egg sac. They're not round; they're more hammock shaped. So you have to look really, really hard in the enclosure to try and see where the hammock shape is. And it's literally like a banana, but then it's hooked onto one side, hooked onto the other, and that's it. But they don't remove them around the enclosure. And the way I've set her up is as close to the wild type of environment as I could possibly get her. So if she lays down deep in the burrow, I ain't going to have a clue. So with her, I'm just going to leave her, keep feeding, leave her, and then fingers crossed I see slings one day, and then I have to get her out somehow. But that's what I'm going to do.
Imagine that.
I have very severe OCD, including intrusive thoughts, checking into contamination, and I find my animals calm me so much, although I do get anxious at times. I like to get awareness out there, and I haven't said anything until now. Much love, Russell. Much love.
Good man.
Intrusive thoughts, I get a lot. Some of them are really, really evil. But I think some of them are probably just part of normality, what everybody else kind of experiences. Especially pre-judgmental thoughts, they're the worst ones, because we're only humans, we can't judge. Check-in and accommodation, yeah. I think Andrew and Scott both say the same, which is, especially with inverts and reptiles, because they don't move as much. For me, they've taken that part of the addiction side of me away completely. Well, almost completely, I'd have to say. But then, if anxiety is coming to my mind, this is where I come and chill out. If I feel depressed, again, they lift your spirits. But when your mind's absolutely racing because something's happened or something's gone on, or you've had a mad thought and your anxieties are playing up, you come in and it's not like, you're looking at a bird that's also going 10 to the dozen. You're looking at animals that are just like, what? They're just sitting there chilling, aren't they? And I think that whole sort of essence, if you like, from coming from the inverts and the reptiles, you feed on it and it helps calm you down as well. Because when you look around at your spiders, there could be one out, but they're not doing much. They're just chilling, they're relaxing. And I think it just reminds you of how to relax. That's one of the massive things.
For me,
like I said, with the addiction side of things, this for me is a healthy addiction. If I get too many, I'll give some away, which I have done in the past. But it's better than sticking something up my nose or swallowing yet another pill or something like that. You know what I mean?
If I ever get the urge, I'm sure an isopod wouldn't mind going up my nose.
Bit of calcium dust. Flipping out.
Can I say about aspirin? It's worm food. It should never become a substrate for the hobby. It causes too many problems. I've got a bag of aspirin, and that's what he went fucking ballistic when he come round. Well, what you got that for? Wow. It's sealed. I haven't used it. So we're actually going to take it to the hedgehog sanctuary because they can use it sensibly. Russell, waiting on one more therapy currently, but medication does take the edge off. Yeah, that's it. Medication for me made me feel like an absolute fucking zombie, and I lived on it for far too long. And I ended up mixing it with I couldn't come off drugs while I was on the medication because the medication took me down low to where like things like strong weed and diazepam and stuff like that did. And I felt that I found myself doubling up my medication to feel the same. So I stopped diazepam, which I was taking smoking illegally. I stopped my mirtazapine, propranolol, weed, and cocaine. I stopped that and crack all in the same day, and I sweated it out for about 2 weeks, and that was it. But I can't with prescription drugs. I know that I have to just live with my brain. I can't touch prescription drugs, because I will end up abusing them like I did before. The Zopiclones, 7.5 milligrams. I went down to the doctor's, got 2 weeks worth of those. Went back 2 days later to say that, look, I left them around my mate's house and I can't get them now. And he did me another repeat prescription for another 2 weeks. I hadn't left them anywhere. I just took 2 weeks worth over the course of 2 days. So I've got to be exceptionally careful with prescription medication. But I've kind of found that that like being away from the prescriptions done me well. But like, I am an individual. I do not recommend anybody and everybody stopping taking a medication. It's just, for me, it worked. But I went from all that to all these. So,
in the moment I'm on floor.
For me,
my lecture room is my sanctuary, definitely.
For me, it's sort of keeping
sorry,
stuff.
no worries. Kai, 2 minutes, yes, please, Scott. I'll take some. Well, we've paired up the Lividum, we've paired up the hernia, we've paired up the OBTs. I'll let you into a little secret. We're getting a Chiropagapus hattie mature male soon, so we're pairing those up. So the plan is, if I have slings to take to one of the shows, I will take slings to one of the shows and give them out for free anyway.
Yeah, same.
My first lot of breedings that I did while having a YouTube channel was the curly hair, and I handed out, I think it was around 30 at the first show that we went to.
Whatever it is. Can't even say it proper.
But
if anyone wants to see me scorpions, just get in touch. I'm always happy to have scorpions.
I want some of yours to breed.
No worries,
I want you some young off you. Keeping wise, for me, it's about bringing stuff full circle. I mean, I was always interested in this as a kid. I was always out in the garden, or I was out down the lane. There's a lot of, used to be a lot of, well, there still is, nice little ponds. So you had like, I've even seen stuff like water shrews, water stick insects, which you hardly ever get, Renatra species. All whirligig beetles are on the mill ponds just down the lane here. So I was always interested in that. I just take off on my own. And then obviously teenage years kick in, and all your distractions kick in. You sort of lose touch with it all.
Literally.
Yeah, rave, eat, sleep, repeat, basically, weren't it?
Is that about right, Andrew?
Obviously, your 20s, your 30s kick in, and as I've got a bit older, things are leveled off. I just thought, as you get back into, it just feels like coming full circle, like coming home, like being true to yourself, as it were.
He's gone from bugs to boobs and then back to bugs, is what he's saying.
I've just read a comment. Let me just start off with Kai. Kai says, which invert shows are you at as I live in the South? Curious. We'll be at the Southern Invert Show if it's on this year. How did you find the time to do
Ouija, cheeky Ouija.
Hey?
Which war, though? The Cold War?
Running away from the bombs.
It's during the Cold War, wasn't it?
Cheeky bugger.
Falklands.
Hey?
Falklands or the Cold War?
No, I was in the
fucking... he's on about.
Thracian Wars, probably. I feel that old at the moment, yeah.
When you think about it, that's an Afghan baby, you know. It was all Afghanistan, or was it Iraq? 98.
My lord. I don't know.
Iraq, mainly then.
I used to hang around I used to hang around Ribbleton and Avenham in Preston, so that might as well have been a battleground anyway years ago. So
right, are you
right
to take over Scott's Inverts for about 10 minutes while I go have a fag?
Yeah, I just need a tinkle myself. Actually, can I just? I will be back.
To kick in a minute because people are going to bed anyway.
What's up?
I'm gonna have to kick because people are going to bed in mine.
Oh yeah.
Mummy and Daddy going to sleep. Just wake them up. Just go. Look, no, you're not going to sleep. I've got a live, and that's it. Followed by, let's see what they say.
Charge.
Unless
All
it's
right, give us a sec.
and then you can't say that to housemates because housemates will get you back while you're sleeping. Charge, run. Oh, look at the spider. I'll catch you. Go up, guys.
Change my tag, you cheeky blighter.
Grenade. Check out that frog. My gosh.
He's having a look at a true spider, but what he doesn't realise is it's on a landmine. So he goes to pick it up, and then he feels a pin just drop.
Oh. Southern Invert show and some free teas. Count me in. I'm addicted to teas. What can I say? Yeah, no worries, Kai. That is if the sacks are successful, and then obviously if the slings are successful. I'm pretty certain the OBT's paired. The liver she looks nice and fat. So hopefully it's not a molt. Hopefully it's going to be an egg sac. But her bum looks immaculate, so it doesn't look like it's going to be a molt. Scott, I might see you at Donny. Yeah, you should do, mate. I should be going Donny. The only problem with Donny is it's on the 27th, is it, or the 26th? I get paid on the 28th, so I'm going to have to lend some money off my mate and then pay him back on the actual payday. Do you know what I mean? What date is a Southern Invert show, says Dave. I have no idea. I literally just keep my eye on the Spider Shop and inbox Spider Shop's owner, Lee Arden, every now and again. There's been no news on it yet. It might even be cancelled for this year. But the BTS, British Tarantula Society show, that will be held, I think that's in July, actually. The 18th is ringing a bell. Yeah. But check the website. The BTS is literally Leamington, and it's like 20-minute drive from where I am. So I'll be definitely going to that one.
That Leamington spot?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
If
I get in touch with Stefan, I might be able to sort of arrange a little.
I think Stefan was at BTS 2019. I didn't have a channel then, but I remember seeing a lot of people there. And then obviously you can see pictures of people on the internet, and it's like, recognise them. It's like, oh, I wonder if that was.
Not sure if Stefan's been
something similar to Donny up here. Anton, well, come down into England, mate. Kyle, it's the husbandry of the hobby, I'll be honest. It takes us away from a lot of things in life, to be fair. That's why we're all here in this life. That's why, for me, I'm joined because of you guys. I actually met Carl through, it was a tiny spider group in Coventry. And I think it was something to do with an LP, which he never ended up having, or I never ended up having. But went round to see him, and we just got chatting. It was crazy. Dave says, cheers, Scott. The BTS is only half an hour from me, so see you there. Where are you then, Dave? Because I'm in Coventry, and it's like 20 minutes, 25 minutes for me.
Happy days.
Where's mine?
I'm definitely going to go to Doncaster. It's about 2.5 hours for me.
But I live in Stevenage. Wherever the nearest show is to Stevenage will probably be the one that I'll be able to make it to.
What county is Stevenage? Kent? I don't.
Anton's going to Kent and Nottingham on 19th of June, collecting a few things. Oh, of course you do. You don't live in Daventry. Yeah, it's only up the road.
Yeah, Hertfordshire, Bailey.
All right. Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah. I've seen his sign
before in the day. Sorry.
Place we've not tend to have been. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go to Doncaster. I mean, I enjoyed it last time. And hopefully, this time, get a few enclosures, I think. Hopefully, Mantis Den, a couple of tea room ones for arboreals and stuff. I'm not really going for any livestock.
Get in touch with the guy at Custom Aquaria and see.
Yeah, nice.
I'm just going to go for a cigarette. I'll be back in about for about 5
Old
and a half
school way of doing stuff. That something
But when you
similar
get
to
back,
Johnny.
Scott, I'll probably have to go, but I'll stick on until you get back. So Bailey's
Thank
not
you,
on his
dude.
own.
You used
Can't
to
be
be at
trusted.
Anton saying that there's a Glasgow show, wasn't there? Or what was that? Or was that purely inverts? Hi, Sean. All right.
You're right, Sean?
I went to Bristol. That was a mission for me. That's about 4 hours drive. But we went. Like, I met a mate down there, which was good. So we went out round Clifton the night before. We went to a lot of whiskey bars and flipping had a whale of a time, actually. And rocked up to Bristol show, flipping still steaming from the next day, to be honest. But hence I bought a centipede, which is I got there. First thing I see is Tony Webb dressed as a giant cockroach. So we were both there, right? Yeah, happy days. And he managed to talk my still slightly inebriated self into getting a centipede.
Couldn't do that. Saying that, I own a centipede at the moment. I've got one of the Lithobius ones. I
A
found
wild
it,
thing.
so I put it in a deli cup. I'm seeing how it gets on.
I like the Ellipes, or there's Residia ones, which are Cameroon, I think. It might be a Cameroon one, I don't know. They're smaller, and I think they'd be manageable. You could probably keep. The problem is the housing of these things. I wonder if it's one of them small ones, the Residia ones. If you could keep it in one of the larger, you get. In fact, I don't know. It depends. It's in these, like something like that. It's a bit wider than it looks on paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really want to keep centipedes by choice, at least not yet. I'm only doing this
closest for me.
for a bit of fun.
Staying closest for me. The masters of escape, you know. I mean, I've seen people keep them in flipping not exo terrors, the cricket keepers, basically, stuff like that. And that's a one-way ticket. All it takes is a bit of a dust. They keep them in the tall ones. All it takes is a bit of a dust on the wall, and you can get purchase and climb up. You got flipping whatever 50 million year old predator, like unchanged predator, running around the house. Probably gonna have a pop at your cat. Bugromes.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing as well, is like the UK ones, they can't really do me any damage. So
Kai,
I'm
thanks for your sub, by the way. Remember that.
Yeah, thank you for that last week.
I appreciate this. I mean, we're just a couple of lads having a chat about it. It's just common interest, isn't it? This is more interesting. I'll tell you one thing, this hobby's a damn sight more interesting than when I flipping used to collect like dance music records. Just more varied community, if you know what I mean. I did. Christ, I even used to stick them by BPM years ago when I got a bit obsessed by it. But yeah, hopefully at these shows we'll definitely be meeting people up. Christ.
That'd be nice.
Just find the guy who looks like bloody Judge Jules, old Judge Jules, and you're all right. Yeah. Acid, I have had when I was a lot younger. I don't have a T-Celadonia, but I've had an edible dormouse, Gliss, as a pet. I don't think technically.
I helped catch them.
What?
There's what do you call it? Like a stately home, and my aunt used to sort of housekeep there.
Wayne Manor.
Occasionally, she'd have to like catch the gliss in the attic.
Gliss,
like,
yeah.
And stuff. So then we
Romans
went
brought them over, didn't they?
Set them free in the woods.
What's far as that? Do they have a venomous bite? Because I've been bitten by one, and it did a number on me. And I was younger.
It wouldn't be venom. It would be
it's the bacteria, and it's like when you prick yourself on a thorn. It's the same principle, isn't it? This is younger, and to me it was like a weird mammal. Anyway, flipping crazy biting bugger. It got through gardening gloves. Flipping. They look like a squirrel, don't they? Essentially.
Yeah,
they make a lot of noise and they spit. Lovely creep. when my dad, R.I.P. Mr. Old Man Bailey, older man Bailey, he used to sit on the chair. He was in a big sort of chinchilla type stack cage. He used to sit on the chair eating fruit, eating an orange or something. And he used to climb to the top deck and he used to whistle. He used to just sit there and go. We wondered what it was at first. You didn't know what it was. And he just used to sit there. Yeah, 45, bud. Am I? 45? 44, 45, God knows. Friggin' head feels middle-aged. Anton, I do not have T-cell donor. I would like one.
Yeah,
I quite like the idea.
Anton can send you one.
Yeah, happy days, man. Yeah, too right. But I like the idea of the trapdoor, the arboreal trapdoor, because I like trapdoor spiders anyway. So I know arboreal trapdoor is double the fun, in my opinion.
If there's any specific inverts that you want us to sort of talk about and that we might not keep, you could always send us one, and then in a couple of weeks' time we'll be able to do a bit of a feature on it.
BCS. Yeah.
I know a lot of the big YouTubers go like invertebrarian and book rounds and such. I'm trying to get Adam on one of the Tuesdays. He works quite late most of the time. Because he was a big inspiration to me and Bug Rounds when we first
both of them.
I know Bug Rounds and Adam on a personal basis, and both of them guys are the same on YouTube as they are in real life. Amazing guys. Mac from Shisma Palma TV, Filipino tarantula guy. I know him personally as well. He is such a nice guy as well. It's crazy.
I'm really lucky actually, because on the 14th of June I've got an interview with Wally Curtin from Supreme Gecko, and that will be at 8 p.m. in the UK, 2 p.m.
on my site.
So he's actually in the middle of his day just going to hop onto a live with me on my channel, and we're going to have a chat about isopods and gecko keeping. He's kept geckos for over 10 years and for over 20 years, and isopods for over 5. So he's had geckos since I was like 2-ish years old. So I can't wait for that. He's such a nice guy. He's like literally the nicest person you'll ever meet. So much love for the hobby.
Tony.
You're right, Tony?
Right.
Hey, Tony's Tarantulas.
Young Scott.
Someone says, anyone got an adult female P. gigas that needs a male? I've got a female, but she's molts away from being mature. That's the orange tree spider. They're absolutely stunning. If
Irish? Did you say Irish tree spider?
Orange.
All right. I missed it.
Orange. Irish. I didn't say Irish. I said orange. I've seen one. We've seen one in a tree. Unfortunately, my female is literally molts away from being mature. She's only literally about this big, but they are a stunning spider.
It's only all right.
Big T's in the house.
So Andrew, you're going to ask a question just before I
go.
Cyberpayer's Pultura Sling. What's the ideal setup for it? Is it's a boreal, cork bark, and damp substrate is basically how I keep mine. She's just here actually, so I'll show you that. But I keep a lot of bark, like so. But I find with the hardwood bark at the back, I don't even know if you're going to see that.
These are ones. Do these make dirt curtains? They do. These are arboreals, which will, See, an avic, as far as I know, well, in my experience of what I've read and everything, avics are a bit different, aren't they? Because they prefer the foliage up the top, and they hide up the top in that, really. Saying that, my mates sent them in wild in like St. Lucia, and they live in the eaves of the huts and stuff. Avics.
Carabiner Versicola.
Yeah, well, so I've always been told to get foliage at the top, basically. I mean, it's just one of them, isn't it? People will give you a different kind of advice. But I don't think the Avics, I might be wrong, but like Sarmapeus make the dirt curtains, don't they, as well? I mean, a young Sarmapeus might as well be fossorial to a point, like, and then they grow and they...
All Sarmapeus as slings will burrow.
Yeah. So it's obviously just protection, isn't it?
So if it's small enough to go in a sling pot, try and keep it like halfway up filled with substrate, and then a tiny piece of cork bark in there as well.
Sell me pokies. Pokies are just ace. I wish I still had one.
I've got to call it a night, guys. Catch you soon. It's been really great. Hopefully we can do this again.
Oh, cheers, Scott. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for the suggestion that we do this tonight.
I can't get on Friday. I'll
been absolutely amazing.
Been great having you on, Sunshine.
Bye.
See you later, mate. Lizzie, all the best. All the best for your son.
Carl, would anybody be interested in like be up in the next few weeks? Carl, he lives in Coventry. He has got some amazing slings that he will be selling in the next few weeks. Give it a couple of weeks.
Serious.
Drop me a message for Carl McCauley on Facebook, and he'll pop you the list over. Lizzie, Scott got to go as I have to take my son for his radiation treatment early tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday, so night. Night, Lizzie. Tell your lad good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck. I know
the situation, and Lizzie is just one of life's absolute gems. The amount of sacrifices that lady's made is just unbelievable. She just, I don't know how she does it. Make sure you tell your lad I said hi, and tell him good luck for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scott, those Rufus have all molted apart from one. Got the peach colour on the hairs, but still the dark sling colour. Oh, sweet. Sean won 5 Rufus slings on one of the giveaways with Hadley.
Can you change the name, please? Because I'm a serious YouTuber, and this has destroyed my YouTube cred. Am I gonna like get a Twitch partnership or whatever now if I have daft names like this? Hey. He's done it. I really thought you were just going to take the Michael. And cheers, thank you. Thanks. Happy days. Oh, he's a good lad, really.
What a lot of stuff that Andrew does on his channel is sort of close-up macro filming, high quality filming of tarantulas. With some absolute rubbish music to go alongside it, but at least the filming's really good. So check him out, and you can see your tarantulas close up, which is really, 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 really good.
Hopefully, after this, I'll try and put some more stuff on the channel. But I might stay up quite late and do a bit of the editing because I'm only driving up to Lakes probably about 3 o'clock tomorrow. Weekend off, so happy days. I'm gonna take some camera stuff, like basic macro stuff when I go. I might do like a wild bug blog ramble somewhere as well. But saying that, I'm really just planning to walk some hills and drink some ale, so I think me drunk in charge of a camera is not a good idea. It ends up expensive loss usually.
Spider-Man was does a live on a Thursday. I completely forgot.
Oh yeah.
But it is what it is. Everybody's sending Lizzie some love.
Yeah.
and that's one of Anton's babies having dinner. Look.
Christ. Hey, Scott, he's back on the air. That's lovely. How big's that? What size is that when you look at it?
I don't know. You have to, Anton. What length are these? What length are these snakes? Because I know they're only small.
What is it on a pipe as a point of reference? It's something. It's like plumbing pipe, isn't it? Like Hep2O pipe.
Yeah. I don't think they're very big at all.
That's tiny. Like a piece of spaghetti or something. Right, yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Looks about 8 inches of acid reptiles. He's breeding snakes at the moment. See a couple of his videos of this stuff that he puts up on Instagram.
Right. Can you get do people still get stuff like Kenyan sand boas and stuff? Because I used to there's a place in Marchside near me. He used to have snakes. I presume he bred them or he had like that. He had the which is it a Mexican king snake, black rubbery thing. Christine, hey.
Spider Mum. Oh, Jason too. I am so sorry. They were doing Spider Mum does a live on a Thursday.
US Invasion.
And when Scott said about doing tonight's live, I just said, yeah, sound. And
we did, didn't we? We were like, oh, sorry.
I didn't even think about Spider-Man. Ellie messaged at me and said, oh, Spider-Man's live. I don't think Ellie knew I was doing this one. And I said, what? I was like, oh, no, I feel like such a twat. So...
Hey, happy days.
No, I do. Massive apologies. Spider-Man, seeing as you've got everything set up, you and Jace follow that link. Come on.
Mint. Hey, Christine. Hey, Jace. I went on the stream Spider-Man. What is it? Adorable creatures, adorable keepers. Hopefully, Christine can promote it. I went on the stream on Sunday. It was ace. There was a couple of people I've not chatted to for ages as well on there. Glorified Pet Rocks, stuff like that. So
she's lovely. She is.
Yeah. She's from the Wirral. So what am I? I'm about 30 miles away, something like that. Yeah, adventurous keepers, adorable. Yeah, come on I would say, come on the chat.
That's Anton sent that for you, Bailey. Look,
that's interesting, isn't it? Lovely. Really cool. Can you get
eyes coming on? Spider, you got one now. Got eyes on.
Hey, are you alright, mate?
Yeah.
Scott, my beard one.
Yeah, like I said, I've just been to the doctor about my blood pressure and that.
Well, Spider Mum's joined, Jason Liam's joined, and Ellie's joined. Follow that StreamYard link. And everybody that's not subscribed to Spider-Man, please make sure you do so. And again, for Ellie's Book Babies as well. I chat to those guys so much. Such lovely people.
Kai, mute YouTube and just stay on the StreamYard one.
Yeah.
Because you get the lag. You get the lag.
Yeah, well, I'm back in YouTube, so I should have.
Get a lot of feedback. Oh, Carl, man.
You get the lag.
that Carl, right? He's getting a lot of feedback.
Oh no, I'm back now. Okay.
Carl's just put £5 in, right? And Carl, he come round and all the racking that he's put up, he didn't ask for a single penny. And he even went down. He took my stepdaughter down the shop, and she comes back, and he spent like £5 on sweets and drinks for her. Then he went down the shop, come back with pizzas and all sorts. Do you know what I mean? So to do that as well, mate, it's just like, wow. I look squished, says Ellie. No, it's the way I'm sitting. I'm sitting different to how I normally do. Normally I'm like this, but there's a lot of room. Oh shit! There's a load more
room.
down this way, down that way. It's just I sit in the corner like this because then it gives Tara a lot more room over there for her kitchen stuff and what have you.
It's got a inverse corner.
Yeah, I like it. I like
You
it.
look quite chill there.
My little salmon pink down there.
Hey, happy days, was Kai.
My little salmon pink down there in his little. That's my little salmon pink down there.
How many have you got, Kyle? What have you got species?
I've just got back into the hobby, so I've just got the one for now. But
yeah, I'll soon change, won't it?
yeah. If I can convince my staff where I am to let me have them again.
What? Yeah.
Well, I'm living in the support thing, but one of the staff members got bit by something, so then that brought to light how many spiders I had, and just because of that shit reason, they made me give them up.
Oh, I get you. Was it anything? Was it nothing to do with the spiders either?
It was nothing to do with my tarantulas, and they still made me give them up.
Stuff like that happens, doesn't it? It's like a blanket kind of thing. Yeah. I know what you mean. It all harkens back to people who do that whole like kill it with fire kind of thing, don't you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I was getting so many views on YouTube when I used to have them, and then it just dropped because I gave them up.
Fucking gutted.
Soon start again. As soon as you get out of that place, Kai.
Oh yeah, to write my social workers on the ball, sir.
Yeah, definitely. One of my friends had to give all his up because he lives in a tower block in Coventry, and the housing officer said not allowed them because of the air vents, so because they can get around the whole of the tower block if they escape. It's just.
I'm just popping for a fag because I can't smoke in this support house.
Kai, turn your phone sideways, says Scott's Animal Adventures.
This thing
No worries, Spider-Man.
Well, the press for these, press for creatures, like everyone, like UK press, kicks off about false widows, doesn't it?
Oh, that's true. It's fucking raining out there. Braves the rain.
I think it's been raining most of the day in the UK today. At least in the Midlands, it has.
Oh,
if you hold your phone like that and then turn it sideways, you'll feel the whole picture.
Yeah, cheers, Ellie. Thank you. Hope you are as well. It was nice to pop on. Chat to you on Sunday. Hope you well.
Spider-Man's just put a £2 sticker down, and like I said, I took part. You know, she did a live tonight.
I'm off for a week, so
I completely forgot. So I should have done it on another night. And then she still wanders in and supports the channel. Oh, bless you. Again, with Spider-Man 1978. If you're not subscribed to Spider-Man, please make sure you do so. And Ellie's Bug Babies. They've been on the Tuesday night lives for since it about started.
It was chilled. I'm
gonna have to try and get this app when I start streaming.
Cheers. I never thought I'd do this, Ellie. It was sort of Scott who sort of inspired me to do it. Hi,
Mark.
I've spoke on thingies, haven't I, before? I've spoke on Craxes before, and that was more chilled for me. I'm not usually. Don't get me wrong, I'm not shy, but I prefer sort of the chilled way of doing things, if you know what I mean. Sound like an idiot. I prefer the chill way. But yeah, it was Scott who inspired me to do it, and I've got the kit to do it, so I thought, why not? Might as well. We're all enjoy. We've all got like stuff to share in the hobby, and yeah, cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. It's nice. It's nice chatting to you all.
Scott's putting get into the mystery boxes.
I love them mystery boxes, dude. I absolutely love
Also,
a
60 quid one. It was well worth 60 quid by the look of it.
Oh, I was over the moon. Absolutely over the moon.
The millipedes are in there as well.
I'll go on TAS, and if I start looking at the tarantulas, I'll end up spending more than I can afford. So if I get a mystery box instead, that's my budget. It's done. And some of the stuff that you get from the spider shop is just like mind blowing. That crab spider and the beetles was just like, what? And they're actually all bred at the spider shop as well, which is phenomenal. But I'll try and get one. I'll try my hardest to get one, especially if I hit bonus. I'll get one. So I'll try and get one each month. So it's just an incentive to try and hit bonus at work, you know.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for, I got one of these. Well, I've had two of these. Here.
Get as well.
That was so many. What do we call it? So many legs mug. And that, if it wasn't for those off so many legs, I wouldn't have known about like Formictopus. You know,
that's that so many T's mug.
Yeah.
If you want the Formictopus, just go to Tom Moran. He does a lot of Formictopus species on Tom Moran does.
He was in chat the other day. It's amazing.
He was in chat on Tuesday. About fell off my fucking chair.
I am sorry as well.
I was just like, what? Couldn't believe it.
Zombie.
He's literally one of the best husbandry guys on YouTube for tarantulas. Full stop.
That's exactly right. What Ellie's just said as well. It is. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I could have done this in the middle of lockdown. I could have done with this in the middle of lockdown because I was furloughed from work and I was potty.
It drove me insane. Literally furloughed towards the middle and towards the end. Some of the stuff I was saying, let alone do it. It obviously affected me.
Exactly what Ellie said, though. It is. It's like, you know, we've probably like broken the ice for going to shows and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We're going to recognise each other. It's different. Let's say we were just all talking on Facebook or on a forum or whatever. I bet we'd be a bit cagey if we.
I would struggle to speak to any of yous. I'm quite a shy person when it comes.
I get it. Yeah. Well, is it you're shy or you're not a cop shy?
I'd keep looking at you, thinking, is that Andrew or is that somebody who just looks like him? Do you know what I mean? It's a nice little community, and it's like visiting without leaving your house too. So yeah, definitely. The amount of friends that you make in this community as well is just incredible, absolutely incredible. Some of the people that I've had the privilege of like speaking to, let alone meeting, has been amazing. I mean, Ellie and Spider Mum, they're both pretty close with my other half as well. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's so nice. Mark, the spider guy says, "I'm shy, Scott." No, you're not. Zombie says she's socially awkward. Acid went fucking mental again. Carl says, "Love you, Scott. Love the lives, and you give me something to do in the evening." This on
the only downside to Tuesday live was I'm up at 5.
The only problem is now Carl has he's busy on a Friday and all weekend with his kids, and I've got to do all the feedings tomorrow. And I wanted him to come down and have a look. Ellie says she don't like big crowds, so it's nice to meet everyone this way.
Mm.
At least meeting everybody this way, it's going to be more socially agreeable when we go to shows.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because to start with, I mean, I walk around and I look like I'm chewing a wasp. I look like a right grumpy old git. But that's just purely because it takes a while to feel comfortable, doesn't it?
I'm always talking to myself when I'm at a show. If you see me, you just think, who the heck is Rain Man here? I'm always like, oh, this is that, species, always flitting around. I'm always, well, you can tell by the way I talk, I can be quite a busy type. Does that make sense? Like, a bit busy, buzzing, as it were.
I can't wait for a show.
Yeah, exactly.
Johnny's going to be. Johnny's going to be mental.
Myself being autistic, I'm quite socially reserved and quiet at first.
Yeah, and then how does that work, Kai? Then you get to know each other, and then
it just comes out of my shell more.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
If you see us at a show, Kai, just come and grab me. Come say that.
Yeah, exactly what you said before.
If I look a bit grumpy, it's because I just look a bit grumpy. That's it. I've just got a grumpy face.
Take a few pictures and.
That's exactly it. I mean, me too. Only sensible conversation.
Yeah. Right, we just got to fly 8 hours. Definitely Spider-Man. Definitely. Because Spider-Man's over in America, and me and Tara bust in to meet her and Jason. Ellie's only she's only to the west of us, so it's not too far really. So we can go and see Ellie in the summer. Can't wait for that one. Me too, baby. Yeah, she's only in Wales, and at the moment,
I was in. I was in
Tara's
rural Wales. I was on holiday a couple of years ago, rural Wales, staying in a nice little place in the middle of nowhere, and I got stranded. I was driving my car to the farm track. I drove over a rock, and it scored all my exhaust and my fuel, so I ended up stranded for another day. Worst places to be, like.
Well, we've got to go over to Wales a couple of times a month now because she could possibly be watching, and I know she won't mind me mentioning it. Tara's sister, Shanine, has been on drugs and heroin for a good couple of years now. And the way I got it off it all is I turned to Christianity. I had a lot of Christian friends, and they all helped me out.
Oh, good, yeah.
They've now started, a guy called Clyde Thomas started Victory Church years ago, and it's now quite a big thing. And they've set up a rehab over in Wales, one for women and one for men. And I managed to speak to them. They spoke to Shanine, and Shanine actually went on Monday. And so she's been clean since Monday. So if you are watching, Shanine, that's absolutely crazy. So we've got to go over to see Shanine, and on the same times we go over to see Shanine, we're hoping to go over and see Ellie, and hoping to go and see Leah as well.
So I presume, was it a change of scene what helped as well? Is that right, or what?
We're never going to get clean in Coventry. She tries. She come here for 4 days, and
yeah, I get it. Sometimes it's who you're around as well as much.
Yeah,
as anything, isn't it?
Yeah. She had to get out of this city. Just too many triggers. Walk down the road and pick drugs up from there. Boom, you're back there. You know what I mean? So for her, she had to go out of Coventry. We spoke to a worker, and she's doing really, really well. So
nice.
Nice. So thank you for joining.
I mean, you sort of
Ellie, you can come here, Scott. No problems. Ellie,
hey, Russell, all the best, mate.
Tara just wants to come running into yours. I don't know. I don't know about anything else. It's you and Leah. She really, 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 really wants to come and sing. And then obviously over to Spider-Man in America when we've got the money next year.
Carolina.
Oh, Carolina.
Wow.
Carolina is a girl.
Go
Was that
Florida.
Shaggy? It was,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Followed
Yeah,
by
and then
Mr.
he did Mr. Bombastic.
Semi-fantastic.
Yeah, it was
Bombastic.
because there was 2 eras of Shaggy, weren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. 1993 special. Same as like Robin S. Show Me Love and all that was on at the time, yeah.
Oh, Emma's just said she's sorry she's been neglecting everyone due to studies.
Studies come first.
Ellie's at university, as well as bringing up a family, as well as running a YouTube channel, Facebook, and everything else. She is literally a Wonder Woman. So you're not neglecting anybody, Ellie. I think we all just want you to do really, really well and smash uni. You know what I mean?
Studies first, big time.
And she is working an absolute backside off. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know how she does it with the family, but she finds the time. She smashes it.
Well, she's got a paint sprayer. Well, that makes everything easy. She's got an Argos paint sprayer.
Oh,
it's like got pride of place on her streams when you have a look.
Ellie laid the patio to a house.
Oh, here we go. I'm back in Hamburg again now, Amsterdam.
She laid the slabs and everything. Absolutely amazing girl.
Fucking kill me off.
Amsterdam, like Pulp Fiction said, the cops can't search you with weed over there.
Well, Echo, lights off.
Yeah, but apparently in Amsterdam, it's a right the cops don't have to search you with weed. They can pull you over, but they have to let you go again.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Not the spy guy. She is Scott. I'm still wondering how she does it. I don't know, Mark. I really don't know. I've never had that much energy like Ellie's got, man. Final assessment for my design degree. Then 2 years left for environmental degree. So you're doing 2 degrees? Fuck right off.
Environmental. Oh,
wow. I thought you were only doing the one. That is absolutely incredible.
Echo, turn lights white, please.
Echo, turn lights off.
It was just me and my staff were talking about it the other
day. Did it?
I was just talking about Alexa the other day with my staff. We were just talking about with my staff. Imagine if Alexa had someone like Samuel L. Jackson's voice on it.
English, do you speak it?
Oh, by the way, that's a spray gun. By the way, that spray gun is shit. Brushing a roller well better.
Or Alexa, turn on the lights. Or Alexa, turn on the lights. I'm not turning on the lights, motherfucker.
Turn lights white, please.
Echo, lights off.
I'm moving that. I'm moving it. Right.
What is everyone doing on Monday? Working.
Getting ready for ruddy work.
Yeah. More work.
So, Kai, how would you broach the subject of keeping another?
Well, if you knew that, because my friend said just basically confuse the staff, do what they say and do what they do, and then they'll get confused with it and give up.
just
tell them I already had him, and then they should just leave it alone.
Fair enough, isn't it? Yeah?
When I went into a hostel, I bought an LP, and one of the workers there tried telling me that I couldn't have the LP, and I said, well, I had it in my previous house, and my mate was looking after it, and now he can't, and they let me keep it then.
Yeah, that's fine.
He was off work next week, playing snooker all week.
Nice. Went to Crucible long time. Well, I used to have a mate at Sheffield Uni, so I've been to see him a few times, and we used to go to the Crucible. Pretty good. One overall degree, but it's combined.
And he said it's one overall degree, but it's combined so she can do the masters. That's incredible.
think I'm gonna download
What?
this app later.
What an absolute! She's still a legend, absolute legend, Ellie.
Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm trying to do this healthy. Oh yeah, too. I'm just trying to do this healthy, drink plenty of water thing. You know, drink one of these a day. And obviously, it's got to go somewhere, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Echo, lights off.
How the hell did I get away with that? I don't know.
Echo, play fart noises.
The
The first time I did it too, it's fucking hilarious.
picture of the tea in the background, though, that really makes it.
He's a bit of a whiz when it comes to the AV stuff. He did a lot in the 90s with gigs and stuff like that. You were saying
The picture of the tea on the background of the stream, though, that really makes it.
the smashes.
Yeah.
That picture is green bottle blue.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
Which I took. Let me have a look.
Yeah, they're a hair flicker, aren't they?
You get some standard ones like this.
Yeah,
They're the I think
they're the hair.
I downloaded that one. That one comes with it, and then the rest were just downloaded. And that's my Damien Media's with the babies.
Oh, Scorpion.
Taylor's Whip Scorpion, yeah.
Yeah, the vinegaroon things. Is that the true because you got more millipedes out of it, didn't you? Or was it
She drinks water all day and about 1 litre before I go to bed. I couldn't drink a litre of water before I go to bed. I'll be up for a piss every 10 minutes. See, Scott, I need my bed. You bring in the masses together. All support Scott. He is a great. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, Cole's not feeling great today. He's been in bed most of the day, ain't you? So get well soon, dude.
Yeah.
Get back on the figure. And yeah, looking forward to Monday night. Get some more of the racking done. I've got some more ideas. Where the little alcove is, I'm thinking to just go enough room to put a tree bower or something, and then some more racking for some of the smaller spiders. But yeah, got some mad stuff going on. Got adult male Damien Midius looking for a female. I've got my male recently died in a molt. I was pissed off. Pissed off. The missus was like nearly in tears because they're hers. To be honest, two Damien Midius. The male and the female were both hers, so she wasn't very happy, and it died in a sad way as well because there's the molt, and it molted halfway out, and it was dead in between molting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, which one was that?
Damien Medius or Medius.
Oh, yeah,
my little
gutted, mate.
Yeah. Little idiot
Tuesday Acid Reptiles, thank you so much for popping over.
They start off as tiny things, them, don't they?
Yeah, tiny little babies. They're white when they pop out, white and with green abdomen, and they sit on their mum's back. What happens then is they molt and they double in size. And when the molts hit the floor, the mother will go around and collect all the molts into one big pile, and then she'll eat the whole lot. It's mad, absolutely mad. I'm wondering if maybe that's some of the food. Maybe she needs that for sustenance, you know?
That's what I was saying. You're lucky your OBT's paired. I've seen so many videos of the male being eaten.
Well, a lot of people don't prep the female. A lot of people say you don't need to prep the female. I did. I prepped mine. The first time I didn't and still got an egg sac, but this time I did. But then for breeding, all the information's there on a website called Arachnoboards from people that have bred day in, day out. People like Dan Nesbitt are on there and all sorts. So the information on
Arachnoboards flipping it
is absolutely amazing.
I'm hoping to get a female skills. I'm hoping my salmon pink's a female because I know they live longer.
Yeah.
15, 20 years.
Yeah, it's like it's 20 years well spent on the money.
That's it. I mean, it's an investment. Obviously, it's a pet investment, isn't it? It's a welfare investment. You've got to make sure. But yeah,
it's like my mate said at the pet shop down here. Tarantulas are a hobby. Expect to end up with shitloads.
They're not a hobby. They're an addiction. You've been warned. It's
Yeah,
what
he said the hobby's like they're really addictive.
when people message and comment under one of my videos saying, "Oh, I've just got up to 4 spiders," I always say it's an
Here we
addiction.
go.
You have been warned.
Yeah, give it time. You'll have like tons of them.
Yeah, literally. And you can see, people put their, people put collections up for sale, don't they? And you think, well, why did you get so many in the first place? I did a video on things to consider before getting into a lot of spiders or buying a lot of spiders.
Like going to
Gordon.
pool and people are selling like.
One of the big things for me is money. You've got to have enough money to buy live feed every single month for however many spiders that you've got. Well, every 2 weeks,
Let's be honest, though, Scott. Let's be honest. When you had other pursuits, I bet you spent a damn lot more. You know what I mean?
Well, when I was taking the drugs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't work, but I could still get £300, £200 worth of gear in a day.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
But it was all criminal activities and stuff, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I get you.
So
not real money.
I live legitimately now, so it's a different ball game, isn't it? Can't wait to see what I got from Mark tomorrow. Ooh.
I don't know, what was that? Manchester.
So Mark Spider Guy sent Ellie something. Are you doing an unboxing video, Ellie? And if you get it tomorrow, will that video be coming out tomorrow?
What was his name? The one who used to make like 20 grand a week on drugs. What was his name? Dale Cregan.
Oh well,
he killed them 2 police officers, didn't he?
Well, I was working on a roof in Preston. At the time his trial was on, I was doing a survey for some wireless equipment, point-to-point networks, and the roof I was on, the roof across from me were police snipers, like looking for him to come out of court. Like it was an armed escort kind of thing.
Oh yeah, because they had to escort him with armed police.
Yeah, it was back in 2012. That it was at Preston Court, weren't it? Preston Crown Court.
Yeah, I got life in prison.
Trust me, there's people out there making 20 grand a week off drugs. Still,
he got life in prison in the end, though.
Go for a night out on a Sunday night, and you can tell who's on the make. People
I think that guy got. I think he got a life order in the end, though.
Yeah, he will have done it. It'd be a thing. Yeah, fucking crazy. Again, I was impressed at the time. Then it's a big deal. That.
It's also obviously, like they said, this was the first time grenades had been used in a murder in the UK.
Looking at mate.
Because he didn't. They said he didn't just shoot them; he obliterated the bodies because he threw grenades at the corpses when he was done.
Obviously pissed off.
I watched a documentary on this.
Really?
It's crazy.
Before it goes all sadistic and into the dark world.
Yeah.
You got any plans to buy anything?
What, me?
Yeah. Any orders up your sleeve?
Well, it's not yet. It's really, honestly, it's just rehousing. Rehousing is the plan at the moment. Get a couple of huntsmen into these, get them growing on, and enclosures, mantis den enclosures when they're ready. Species there are. Actually, Thingy has one of the scorpions I like, that Liacheles australes, the tiny little scorpion. So they're out and about at the moment. So maybe, but at the moment I'm concentrating on this sort of AV stuff as well.
Did you see this Java scorpion I got from Spider Shop?
Yeah, they're ace.
I was well impressed.
Schelericius or whatever. Yeah.
I got
they're interesting because they're not the usual one. They're not heterometrous.
Meow.
Getting back to the old days when you used to get all sorts.
Yes, it's all like China and Japan side of it, isn't it?
Mm.
And we're getting more in from there than what they are Europe at the moment, I suppose.
This is back in the 90s again. I had something called a Chilean chocolate scorpion. That was the common name they went by. I haven't got a clue what they were. I haven't got a clue what it is. You know what I mean? I don't know what genus it is or anything. This is probably back in like 1991.
Have you spoke to Lee from the Spider Shop, because he was going back in them days, weren't he, in the 90s?
Yeah, you know what? I will, because he gave me a shout. He's also got these other really interesting ones from America called Smeringus marinensis. They are, and it's a June scorpion and they are great. They're really interesting, little yellow things. They're not like you've got the thingy. You've got that yellow devil one, haven't you? That
Virgilis.
Yeah. So imagine a more active version of that, which purely loves the sand.
This,
you know what I mean?
Active. This thing is really active.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
More so because it was on a mix of soil and sand. So I did some research into where it comes from. So the Pets at Home gecko substrate.
Yeah, I've got that.
Which has got the sand, it's got small stones and all sorts in.
Yeah.
As soon as I put it on there with some dry moss, some dry cork bark, water dish, it's out, it's active, it's flies all over the flipping place.
Yeah, me sand spider's got a bit of that in. Actually, that's got a bit in, and there's a few other my thingy on that. I've got me flat rock scorpion, which is actually
my Thermomedes, it passed away in a mold, and I have not seen the six-eyed sand spiders for sale anywhere else.
It was Andy Orms who bred him. That was it. And everything else is Europe, and hence that which can't be named has caused all that. Like, can't get him. So.
I know Lee's creature features got a sand spider before in mystery books.
Oh wow, nice.
That was lucky.
Yeah, he got like a six-eyed sand spider.
Early for work day, so off to
all the best, Dave.
Cheers, Dave. See you later, mate. Take care.
Really? No, it's just the lads now.
No, I've got quite a few lasses are in chat as well. So,
there's no one else on the stream apart from us.
Sorry?
I'm just saying there's no one else on the stream apart from us lads.
Huh? All right. Ellie's there, Spider Mum's there. We've got girl power in the house as well.
No, I'm just saying it's us three on camera. That's the thing.
Oh.
There's no one in the house on camera apart from us lads.
Oh. Yeah, it's just Geek Squad night.
Spoiled for choice, eh?
If any of the girls in the chat want to come on, they know that all they've got to do is ask, and I'll send them the link immediately.
Yeah.
Spider Mom's done live tonight, so she said she was tired.
She came on the other day,
and Ellie's doing coursework at the same time as listening and typing.
Because she came on the other day, and now Spider Mom came on the other day, like just before we ended it.
Ah, Spider Mum, Nick. Girls need eye candy too.
I think you need to go on another chat for that.
Hold on. Oh my god, I've broke things. I can't get. I'll give you some eye candy. Hold on. Boom.
Yeah, if you like people who look like bloody Michael Stipe. Flipping heck.
You're looking a bit more like Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins? Hannibal Lecter? Oh, I need to find a picture. I went as Hannibal Lecter to a fancy dress. They wheeled me in. Like they wheeled me in on I had some Chianti in my hand, and they wheeled me in on a pallet truck kind of thing. And there is a picture somewhere of me flip. There is a picture. I need to find that, you know. Now, I also went. I wore a wig, obviously, but I went as the Joker. You know, the Heath Ledger Joker, which everyone did when that film came out, and I ended up looking like grot bags. If that means anything to you, it's a children's BBC flipping. Anyway,
I remember grot bags.
Yeah. I thought, I looked just like the Joker, and my mate went, "Hey, if you come as grot bags," I was like, "That was it. That's it. I was done for the night then."
Yeah, my mate dressed up as Shaun from Shaun of the Dead for it.
Shaun of the Dead. How good's that? Yeah, I'm sort of limited now.
Hot Fuzz was one of my favourites, though.
That's a great film. That I love all the whatever you call them.
The Cornetto trilogy is called.
Ellie says the last piece of eye candy I came across was the share bag of what's it for £1.
How good's that?
Like you guys being older, you probably remember when fags were like 50p.
Marble Lights, £1.
I remember 20 Sovereign when Sovereign first came out, they were £2.50.
Yeah, so it was just like
10 Benson Edges were £1.23. B&H Super Kings were £1.13 for 10.
You remember Death Cigarettes?
It's all changed.
Just had a picture of a skull and crossbones on the front.
You could never get them round here.
Preston. There's good old Preston there for you. There used to be a place called a magazine shop. It was there.
It's all changed now.
10 Marble Lights and a pack of Skins, please.
It's a pack of these for $10.25 now where I am.
Oh, sod that, mate.
Give up then. Start vaping.
We're on the rollers and proud.
I get that because that's a nice taste. Yeah. My dad used to smoke a pipe. You know, he used to cut the tobacco and it looked like flipping. Looked like a bit of Rocky and Diesel, really. It wasn't. But
somebody I know grows their own tobacco.
Oh, what actual tobacco?
Yeah, but I don't think you can get the seeds anymore. You used to be able to buy the seeds off Amazon, didn't you? And you harvested it in March.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can get the seeds anymore.
The caretaker of the offices I used to work at, it turns out, like people have got mad stories when you get talking to him. Well, he was a Zimbabwean farmer, and he was a tobacco farmer, and obviously, like he got chased off his land essentially, which is. But yeah, he was telling me he used to have acres of growing tobacco leaf, and he had pictures to prove it. He showed them all, like how they dry it out and stuff like that. I think he got away lightly as well. I think he could have ended up in a few pieces telling me the stories like. Anyway,
I used to know a nurse, and he saw apartheid, and he said it's more scary than what you can think. He said,
"Oh, I get it." Yeah.
He said like there was a guy literally had his hand cut off just for being there.
Yeah.
That people get sliced open with machetes and just left. Some of the stuff they do and still do now is quite scary, especially that stick that they've got for criminals. So if you're caught stealing, they've got, I can't remember the name of it, but they've got a big stick that smash the crap out of you with.
Yeah.
What they do to the men that commit the crimes against children is absolutely bang on. They literally haul them up in the air and tie rocks around their tie weights to the people's balls until they rip them off, and then kill them slowly, which is, I think, bang on.
That's what
let's get back on top.
They wonder if we should bring hanging back for people like that.
Capital and corporal punishment back in the UK, yeah.
Scott Inverts after hours, isn't it? It's like that Channel 4 program.
It always happens, don't it? It always happens.
Yeah, yeah.
In the UK, the problem is we've got a lot of people that are guilty and a lot of people that think guilty people aren't guilty because the evidence isn't there. So we're going to struggle to bring capital corporal punishment into the UK. But as far as I'm concerned, if you've got children involved and there's DNA evidence involved, then the death penalty is the only solution. And if I could act outside the law, I'd do it myself.
My arm fucking kills me, man. I had the second jab yesterday.
There's like Joe Stinton Hunter.
Sorry?
Have you got him, Bailey? Stinton Hunter?
I think so. He one of the gangs who hunt down dodgy gets like.
He lives in Nuneaton, I know him.
All right,
yeah. He's amazing.
You have to watch it though. You're skating a fine line, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm only saying that from the law point of view, like, you know.
There's people around that can get away with stuff. So when they catch them, they can get away with more than what anyone else can, isn't there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move it back up again.
Yeah, it's getting a bit flipping 3 a.m. burning embers chat, that, isn't it?
What else can we put the work to rights with tonight?
I just don't get the people who are the killers who just join the search parties and stuff. They know exactly what the fuck they've done, and they still get they like to get the attention on the news and that. It's basically come into the search parties or the reports are like, oh, look at me, I've done it, but I'm innocent. And then the thing is, they know exactly what.
It's to try and prove themselves innocent in a weird way.
Well, that's what Ian Huntley did, isn't it? That's what Ian Huntley did.
I'm sure they believe in their mind that they didn't do it at that period. You know, even though they did, obviously. But
that's what Ian Huntley did, isn't it?
Anyway, let's get away from criminal activities of death and dark shite.
Spaces of death. Spaces of
death. Is there anybody in the comments would like to ask? Hello. Kyle, come on back. Where have you gone? There he is. If anybody in the chat would like to ask any questions, please feel free. It can be anything at all.
Not about crime and punishment.
Just not about crime and punishment, yeah. And it can be aimed at any of us as well, so not a problem. Where's Kai gone now? There he is. Hoods up.
Jedi.
Luke, I am your father.
Yeah, I was in chat on. I wasn't like on stream, but I went on Christine and Ellie and Mark's group the other day on Sunday.
And what's that one? What time is it? What day is it? And whose channel is it on next?
Let Christine do it, will you? It's all right. Adventurers, keepers, adorable creatures. It's nice and chilled again. It's like we're doing, you know, a bit of after hours, just chilling, killing.
Is that the Sunday one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that one. I've been in the comments a couple of times, but then.
Tell me something I don't know about you. My lord. What we got? I once fell off a garage roof and landed in a barrel. And the barrel was very tight and I got stuck in the barrel. It was like I landed in it perfectly. And I was like stuck in the barrel. You know, like a flipping car. So you could have like rolled me around in the damn thing.
I would have done. I would have just gone like that and pushed you off somewhere.
I used to be accident
working in the background. It's on Ellie's channel next. You folded
broke
in
my
half.
nose by the handlebars came off in my hand on a mountain bike when I was going over some jumps, and I basically like lifted the handlebars up and broke my nose. That's one of my excellent accident anecdotes.
Got any good drunk stories?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I remember went to Magaluf. Went to Magaluf years ago, like went partying, the usual, all the partying stuff. And me and my friend went on a mission. Late after hours, we've been in on the old tequilas and that. We found like this really good after hours party. We're in the outdoors in the gazebo and stuff, having a mad rave and stuff outside. It turns out, we gate crashed a birthday party, which we thought it was a club, like an actual person's in someone's back garden, that kind of thing. That was and we were allowed to stay as well, so that was all right.
Shall we?
Yeah, it was all right.
I shall be back in a minute. I'm just going to go and have a fag. All right.
Same to you, Ellie. Now you tell me something. And for Christine as well. In fact, anyone.
Well, back in a second. I'm just going to go have a quick cigarette.
All right. Don't like having my light on because I got a snake.
What's that, bud?
Because I don't like having my light on near my python because it's like because I said when it's in the dark he's more inclined to come out.
What have you got? What python is it now? Old world. So on.
I think I've got a mohave. I think I've got a mohave morph.
Ellie, haha. Yeah, been there. Tony, I've got an OBT. Right, let's have a look at it. OBT, HMAC,
I'll put you down, Bailey.
Kilobrachys fimbriatus, Kilobrachys. Oh, what is it? Tarolo, it might be. It's a locale one. Kilobrachys. It's just a city locale. And I had what else? I had Idithel Mera, but it died, little bugger. I had a bad malt, which was arguably my favourite spider. I would like some pokies, basically, at some point. Classic P Metallica. Probably we'll have to have a look at the shows, see what happens there. So I have tarantula rune enclosures. All right, let's have a look. Give me a second. I'm still cracking up at Ellie's doing it. 18. Where are we? I like these.
The tarantula room enclosures.
There's a sub-adult Seabursey in there. I'd like to get a few more of these to get.
Have you done the trick with
a couple
that?
of pieces of area.
Have you done the trick with that? Like glued the water bottle to it in the inside.
What's this, bud?
Have you done a trick that they do with a lot of arboreals, like glued the bottle cap for a water dish on the top?
Yeah, I've actually, because I like the naturalistic look, I've actually stuck moss. I've actually hot glued moss around the water bowl as well.
Oh,
it works even better than I thought because it keeps a bit of moisture around it as well.
I don't know if I should drop in a water dish or spray it because they say you should spray arboreals for them drink.
Yeah, it goes on the webbing. I do.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
They make the good webs. The OBTs make beautiful webs, they say.
Yeah, my OBT, you can't really see it. It's in a cricket keeper, which I do. I'm gonna get like an acrylic setup for that. At the moment, you never see it. It's very reclusive.
Is it still a sling? Or?
No, it's I think it's female actually. It's so reclusive. It's kicked out of molt. I think it's adult female now. Well, I've not had a look actually. It's honestly I see it about 3 times a year if I go to look for it.
Just
on a wild horse for dinner for about.
Sits there reclusive most of the time.
I rode a friend's horse and it deliberately took me under a tree, like to knock me off. It deliberately went under low-hanging branches to knock me off. Sly game.
What, you were riding your friend's horse and it knocked you off under a tree?
Yeah, well, it did a detour, and it made sure it went under like low-hanging branches to knock me off.
No, cheeky horse.
Yeah, it's proper. I was flipping.
You must have been pissed with it.
What can you do? Flipping, yeah. I wasn't going to argue with it.
You can't blame it. I mean, if it was nervous, then it's understandable.
The classic joke, why the long face, like.
Oh, yeah. There was a joke about snakes in one of the other ones I was watching the other day. They said a snake walked into a bar and the man said, "How did you do that?"
I like that. The way you tell him.
Yeah.
Any more?
It's like, because I got to be careful what I say on stream now, haven't I?
That's within reason, I'm sure.
I know a lot of like racist jokes. Like,
no, we're not doing any wrong behaviour, mate. We're not doing any of
that. Because that's derogatory.
No, we're not doing any.
Because YouTube has a thing for that, don't they?
Well, it's just not on anyway, is it? You know what I mean? You can't...
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But there's
What about you? What like Ellie's answered. What about Christine? Say something we don't know about.
Oh yeah, there's the time when I was a kid and I fell off my scooter.
What? How do you manage that?
When my foster brother and my carer were digging out some foundation because we had a front bit outside the garden gate what they were doing some work on. And they, sometimes when they put down the stuff, it turns into a pile of rocks.
Mm.
And I came over the pile of rocks, flipped back in the air and fell off my scooter and landed on me like on my head and rolled over.
Christ, flipping hell. Hard head.
Yeah, I mean, I clicked my neck out of place then as well.
What has 6 eyes and can't see anything?
Is that one Ellie just gave?
Anton. No, go on.
Anton. Yeah, go on, Anton. Do it.
Oh, God. Keiko.
What happened to our Neverland? What happened to our Netherlands friend who joined?
I disappeared for 2 minutes and we get the 3 blind mice joke.
It's a bad jokes. Bad jokes are us. Go on, Scott. What about you? Say something we don't know about you, because I mean you've been on stream a lot, so we probably know. Well, I've got a rough idea. There's a fair few things we don't know, like.
There's a lot of things.
Way.
Right. Okay. Let's go for a sexual one. Shocking one. When I was,
15.
No, I was probably about 6. Right. So when you're 6, you've got like you've got like something that resembles a willy, but it's not a proper willy at that age, is it?
No. Well, yeah.
Right. So I was like,
just say triple X now.
Yeah, it is triple X. I was like, oh, and like I was just getting into that oh, girls have got what? And then you put it where? And I was thinking, well, you've got to be good, so you've got to practice. How do you practice? So I ended up, because I had a crush on the Avon lady, thinking about the Avon lady, put my willy inside a glass milk bowl, right? It got hard and then got stuck in the milk bowl, and I fucking shit myself.
Oh
I didn't
God.
realise, because obviously when things happen, it gets hard and gets bigger, that it would get small again and the milk bottle would come off. And there's me in my bedroom screaming. My mum's coming up the stairs. Everything works, so I managed to get the milk bottle off and put it on the side, put my willy away, and then mum comes in the room. She went, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And I'm like, "Mum, I just had a bad dream." True story.
Oh my Lord.
I thought it was going to be something. I thought it was going to be something worse. Then I thought it was going to be something like. I thought it was going to be something like you lost your virginity in your parents' bed or something.
No. I've had sex in this in one room with an ex-girlfriend, glass door, and then a dad sitting on the settee watching football.
Fell through it.
No, we were on the other settee, so we were like, he was that engrossed in football. Luckily, he didn't clock us. I got a lot of stories like that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I was having sex with one girl, and a boyfriend was in the other room.
With a video camera.
No, nothing like that. Never a video camera. I've tried parachuting off a shed roof with a bed sheet. That didn't work out. That didn't work out.
I've done similar stupid things like that. Oh, it's an umbrella. This will work. Yeah. Doof.
Oh, Ellie's off to bed.
Hey, no, Ellie.
No.
Hopefully, I'll try and catch you on Sunday. You two.
My God. I can remember doing that much cocaine that I thought the whole world was against me. So I barricaded the back door. I barricaded the front door with chairs, sofas, and all sorts. Gone upstairs, and I've hid knives going up the landing because I thought people were coming in the house. And I spent about an hour and a half literally glued to a radiator like this, shaking and sweating my little titties off.
Crazy stuff.
I spent 2 weeks living on the streets. Spent 6 months in a hostel.
Have you gone up like if you stuck living on the streets? You know what I mean? Is there a lot of what?
Not really for me, because I used my brain. I didn't go anywhere near the town centre. I went to a couple of parks which were out the way a bit, and managed to find a little bench that was out the way, and just got underneath it with some cardboard. So I wasn't too bad. But I went into town to meet some of the other homeless guys and that in the daytime, and I slept. You mainly sleep through the day anyway, on and off, and stay awake through the night mainly. But the library was always a good one, because libraries were always pretty warm, because a lot of the old people go in there. So you could literally go in with a pair of sunglasses on and just sit somewhere with a book open, nod off until a librarian come and chuck you out. Basically, you could get your phone. That's where I used to get my phone charged, was in the libraries as well. Like
serious one. If we're doing a serious one, I was given basically I was given 6 months to live when I was 21. When I went to the doctors with glandular fever. I was walking home from the doctors. I'd had a blood test. I pretty much nearly fainted on the way home, and they said, "Get to hospital. Get to hospital now." And basically, I was diagnosed with leukemia, and they basically said, "Right, you've got two options. Let's be realistic for you." And this was in July. This was July. Basically, they said, we can probably keep you healthy until November, as you are. We can give you some blood transfusions and stuff, and then you can say your goodbyes. You can have a blowout and go to Ibiza or whatever you want to do. Something like that. Or we'll put you on a clinical trial for some really sort of strong chemotherapy. It might kill you anyway, but as do you want? I'll give it a go. It'll be a shit time, but do you want to give it a go? And obviously, I'm 45 now, so yeah, it was worth ticking the box, weren't it?
Fucking too right.
Fucking mad.
Glad you did, dude. I'm really glad you did.
Yeah, I'll believe it all. Ironically, I grew my hair back after that. I had hair. My hair's not gone because of that. I had long hair. I look like bloody flipping Snake Plissken like 5 years ago. So
Yeah.
I've been in some hair raising situations where weapons have been drawn out on me and all sorts.
Mm.
And literally, I thought that was going to be it,
Yeah. He was on the other end of the thing as well, doesn't it? Yeah.
More than once. Some of them are not quite sure how I got out of it. Really ain't. Some of them.
It's like me before I got into these. I used to be petrified of spiders until I started having them.
Yeah, cheers, guys. I'm pretty damn. I'm probably healthier than I've been for flipping 20 years now. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
To me,
what was it like?
The only thing is, the only legacy I have is this with me.
Oh yeah.
We think, because I had spiders at the time. I had a curly hair and LP, and this is when I keep talking back to me eyes, Scott. We think we could have had cornea damage. Well, you got to understand, I had no immune system, so like getting any dust in your eye would have done them as well.
Yeah.
But obviously, I was keeping flipping urethricating hair tarantulas at the time, so that's we think that compounded having no immune system and having flipping spiders which are like loft fiber, the hairs, then that contributed to it. Yeah, well, thanks. I'm flipping. I ended up going back 10 years, I ended up looking like a flipping football hooligan and put on a load of weight. My dad passed away. I just went on a massive bender for months. And finally, I'm back to looking like bloody Michael Stipe, apparently. So.
Yeah.
Scott's Confessions.
I did, when I was in the hostel, I spent a lot of time with the working girls. Not for that. Just like,
yeah, I get you. Yeah,
you got
world stuff like
you got easy drugs, pretty much. Go out on the streets and do what you got to do. But it was very tight knit, family almost. Very much look after each other, unless somebody's rattling, and that person will just look after themselves, and that's it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got into some
Christine,
mind blowing, hair raising situations which I can't really talk about because they just get me in trouble. Do you know what I mean? Especially with the people more than anything. And I've got a family, so I can't really mention it all. But I have been in some weird, scary situations at like 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle of an area of Coventry where you do not want to be at that time in the morning. But I have been through quite a lot of shit, to be honest. A lot of it's self-inflicted.
Yeah. It's a wonderful thing, hindsight, isn't it?
Survivor, obviously, of depression, mental health, and what have you. But I think I mentioned it about a year ago. But I've done Muay Thai, I've done kickboxing, boxing, mixed martial arts, all sorts for a good 10 years, to get 10, 12 years. But when I come out of that, I haven't done steroids and all the rest of it. I was a big guy. I got with a girl, and she was mentally abusive, physically abusive, and financially abusive. But
Yeah.
a lot of my male friends said, "Well, if a woman hits you, it gives you the right to hit them back." And I've gone, "No, no, no. It really fucking doesn't. It does not." And my real dad, he used to abuse my mum and get drunk a lot and abuse her that way.
I mean,
So
people who
that's
do
why,
that, it's that, isn't it?
that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why I don't drink. I've never been into drinking in a big way or anything like that, just in case that little gene carried on in me when I'm drunk. But this girl,
Red Mist.
man, she used to go ballistic, punch, kick, everything. You just say the one wrong thing and that was it. I had a plate smashed over my head. I pushed her twice. Once was when she smashed the plate over my head and she went to grab another one. And I thought the only way out of this is to push her and just then exit the door. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
the first one split my head open here, and I thought the second one, could be worse. And then the second time was when she come at me with a knife, and she literally went to stab me, and I managed to move, and then I managed to push her out of the way, and again I left, but we had the police out to her and all sorts, and like a twat, I kept having her back.
But then again, you were just defending yourself.
Yeah, it's weird because I just accept it as being normal lifestyle, and then other people are like, no, that's mad. Do you know what I mean? That shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done this, and you think, yeah, you ain't got a clue. Nobody knows.
The invasion with cracks.
You have not got a clue what an abusive relationship is until you've been in one. And I will talk about a male being in an abusive relationship and the fact that I was all day long, because at the end of the day, you can think, oh, well, you must be a wimp then, this, that, and that. I don't really care, because there could be somebody watching this which is in the same position that I was, that needs to know there's a way out and there's a light at the end of the tunnel. The worst part is mental abuse by far, being kept awake all night when you've got work in the morning, that type of stuff, because it just goes on and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on, and you never know when that mental abuse is going to finish. Physical abuse.
I've heard of NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. That's a trait of that, keeping people up all night.
Narcissists, and then you've got invert narcissists. So a lot of working girls are invert narcissists. They will seek a controlling relationship.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
That's going off it. But like I said, hi James, that pet page, hi mate. Like I said though, the abusive relationship is something that just goes on and on and on, and you never know when it's going to end. That abuse, that mental abuse, and the financial abuse, you just don't know when it's going to finish. With the physical abuse, is much more, I'd say, a lot easier to deal with, because you get punched. You get punched, you get kicked, you get your hair pulled, whatever goes on. And it usually lasts for about 10, 15 minutes, and that's it. Whereas mental abuse will literally just go on and on and on. And the downside of it to be a male, it might have changed now, but for me, looking for counselling to kind of, when I come out of that, to try and work out what was what. This is why I went homeless immediately, because I left that after about 2 or 3 years. I went homeless and then went to the hostels and all the rest of it, and found drugs. But when you come out of that, you start looking for help, and they're actually in Coventry at the time. It might, like I said, this was a few years ago now, so it might have changed now, but there wasn't any at the time. If I wanted any sort of counselling, the only counselling for men was over in Birmingham. Bearing in mind I was on benefits at the time, so every penny counts. So I'd have to pay for the transport to get there and back, and I'd also have to pay for the actual counselling.
Yeah.
Which was,
I've seen it happen myself. I've seen it happen, and it chips away. It just chips away, doesn't it? You don't really see it coming.
It absolutely destroys you. I think that's why me and Tara get on so well, because she'll tell you about her background and what's happened to her. it's not for me to say, although she wouldn't mind me telling you guys, but I'd rather her do it herself.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think she realises where she's come from, and I know what I've done. And yeah, it's not a nice place. But like I said, when you stand up and you say, you know, I'm a male that was abused by a female, you know, society shouldn't make that difficult like it does. It should make it a lot easier.
See you later, Mark.
Night, Mark. See you later.
Hello, Jürgen.
But it is what it is. This is why, like, you know, I will literally talk to anybody and everybody. I mean, there was a guru that says, never look up to anybody because we're all on the same level. There's beauty in every single one of us. So we don't need to look up to anybody else. We need to go our own paths and seek our own beauty in our life. But also, never look down on anybody because they are also equal. And they also have beauty in their lives.
I mean, yeah, it's a different ball game from the having the illness point of view. It's the classic every day can be your last, isn't it? And I know it's cliche to say, but I am like that. It is. There's no point me mindering over certain things because you can be gone like that, can't you? You know.
Oh, God,
gone like that. And I've been close to that, so it's. I take, you know, if you harken it back to the hobby, this is a simple pleasure. You know, this is and again, I'll be out this weekend. I'll have my camera out. I'll go on the hills and stuff, and that's enough for me. You know, I don't need me Maserati or anything like that. Just get me hills and my camera, me pets, and doing stuff like this. Just sitting and chilling like this, having a chat.
It's just what keeps you fun.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, it's not some sort of new age embraced thinking I'm saying here, if that makes any sense. Like it's just experience for me.
It's just whatever keeps you from losing your shit.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, that's in there. Like I have that in there. The red mist can come and go. Like that's I'm always fighting that. I think Scott's mentioned.
It reminds me of what Eminem said in the 8 Mile film. Sometimes you feel like you just want to stop living down there and start living up there.
I mean, I chased somebody out of the shop the other day. Someone spoke out of turn to me in the shop, and I just had to I reminded them who I was, if that makes sense, and I reminded myself who I was. I just couldn't be spoken to like I was. I chased them out.
You're not gonna stand for being spoken to like. Not gonna stand for being spoken
crazy
to.
Days where I just think I've just got to keep my gob shut today.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I do have arguments with some people about stuff like parking or something. And in the back of my head, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, if you ever saw me kick off and what I've done in the past, you would be moving your car instantly and apologising pretty damn quickly. But having said that, I do like to go for the sorry, mate, always. I'm very much a peacekeeping kind of a guy now. I like to try and split up fights and stuff like that and stop them happening. But in the back of my head, even when I'm doing that, I'm thinking, just bang the fucking shit out of the twat, will ya? Do you know what I mean?
Like that.
And it's just like I can't. I've got a family and that. I've got things to live for now. And having something to live for makes a massive difference.
I got forced off the road today.
I mean,
driving on the country road.
I went a bit doodally last year with it, and some of the aggression come out, and I was like, "No, what you doing?"
Yeah,
good 3 or 4 months to get back to how it should be.
But
you
still got fallout from that.
It's hey,
is there still fallout from that for you, like, or what?
God knows. God knows.
I
don't follow it. I don't follow it. I don't watch it. I don't worry about people probably as much as what they think I do. I don't. This is negative people, by the way.
Yeah.
No, there was an olive branch put out and I never heard nothing back, so I won't try again. But it is what it is, isn't it? Mistakes happen.
It's always keep yourself to yourself, really. Isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what I do. I see a lot of arguments on Facebook, which is, in the past, is something I might have joined in on, but now I'm very much like, I can't be bothered with it all. I can't be bothered with the drama.
And if it's something like someone being bullied, you're gonna jump in, aren't you?
Definitely. Oh yeah, if somebody's being bullied, I'll say something.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if I'm being diplomatic here as well, Scott, I mean, the other parties will have their own shit, and anyway, they won't be thinking about your shit, and you're not thinking about theirs. That's all, isn't it?
I don't give it a second thought now. I made some mistakes last year, but fuck me. At the same time I made those mistakes, it was the middle of lockdown. I was going crazy. I didn't speak to anybody. But then on top of that, my real daughter, I found out was, she's only 14, but she's going through her own mental health stuff. And it was, I'm not going to mention what on the live stream because it's far too private and far too graphic. But it was just like absolutely shocking, and I thought there was drugs involved, and I thought she just wants to follow me and follow my fuck ups, and that made
going to be a worry for you, isn't it? A real world worry. That.
Well, I didn't tell anybody, so instead of just wire myself up about situations that weren't happening, and just come out with a load of crap. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Read into
like an outlet, isn't it?
Not just on Facebook and YouTube and stuff, but with friends as well. Just read into situations incorrectly because I was in that much of a negative frame of mind. What I should have done is spoke to somebody straight away. You know what I mean? It's difficult. It is difficult.
I remember.
But what you do, you made a mistake. You can, you apologise once. You don't keep going back and apologising and apologising and apologising.
No, because it's not. Yeah. You're right. It's people have got their own shit. You've got your shit. It's just
I think the reflections made me a better person. It's helped out with my channel and all the rest of it. So it's made me a better person. The reflection has, but it's just one of the things, isn't it? You can't go back and change mistakes. Otherwise, I mean, if you could. I'm 42. I would have to spend the next 42 years going back and changing every single mistake. Do you know what I mean? You can't. You can't. You can only go forward, and that's the only way is to go forward.
Yeah, exactly. Things get obfuscated by fucking social media anyway. I like the networking side of it of all the tarantula community. I much prefer this sort of stuff. Because it is face to face, isn't it? Really, it is. I know we've got computers and
we get to know each other, and that it's
we've got the M6 between us, like kind of thing. But it's face to face at the end of the day.
There was
conveyed.
There was somebody that got me a message, and I'm talking to them again now privately, which I really enjoy when we do have a little chat. And they're a YouTuber, do you know what I mean? So I'm talking to one person, and I'm really happy with that. To be fair,
that's it.
And it's they're a real lovely guy.
That's what I was thinking. This is like because this is more better for us because we get to know each other more as people as well.
Yeah, I love stuff like this. Really. I mean, you yourself, Scott, and I hope she's still in. Cracks just flipping her radio show is just like that, and I mean that's
so easy to find her.
Again, this is an informal chat now, anyway, and that's exactly. I loved it. Just I could have a few beers when I was on it as well. Just sat there chilling. I remember when she invited us first time. I was apprehensive, but you're just talking, aren't you? Just chewing the fat. Talking about a hobby, so you get animated anyway.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Because Mod got a spider on it.
Hey?
Was I first? I
True
thought,
Index, his mug he's got there. He's got the spider on the mug. A True
8 legs,
Index
8
with his
wheels.
mug. I thought it was the spider from
Hi,
the
Greg.
distance, but it's like that.
Good lad.
Oh yeah.
Hey, happy days. I like it.
Right.
I'll just give Cracks a message. I don't know if she's still on.
yeah, me and Cracks met through Instagram. We got chatting, and I think she invited me onto the podcast ages ago, and I was like, "Well, what is it? What's this podcast thing?
Yeah, same.
What do you mean? What do you mean you're not in front of a camera?"
Mm-hmm.
And I went, I had the camera out, obviously, and Cracks was behind hers, and we got chatting on there, and it was fucking brilliant. And then, obviously, I was like, Andrew, come over, have a look at this.
Yeah.
And Tony and some others. And it's the Friday night with Cracks on the Exotics Radio podcast is absolutely wicked because
it's novel.
I've got a lot of spiders here and over there. And all right, I love my heavy metal. I love whacking on a bit of alternative, bit of heavy metal, and doing my feeding. But then I really like to listen to Cracks while I'm doing my feedings. Do a little, type in the comments or whatever. Carry on doing some more feedings, and before you know it, Cracks' show's coming to an end. Everything's fed, and you think, how did I get around all that so quick?
It's just novel. It's just a novel idea as well.
Very unique. Very unique.
Podcast is ace. And just give me a second. Oh, the 2 litres of water are having their wicked way with me.
Again, if anybody's got any comments in the chat, just drop them down. It's a bit more chilled out today than what normally is on a Tuesday. It did start off with me, Bailey's Book Blog, and Scott's Animal Adventures, going on a bit of a geeky one. If you want to see this live happen again, like the stream, let me know down in the comments, and we'll organise it for a different day. It won't be Thursday because Spider Mum does her thing on a Thursday, and I completely forgot. So apologies again to you, Christine. So we'll have to move it to a different day of the week. But I forget when everybody's lives are on. I do. 9 times out of 10, I'll go to my notifications and it'll say, "Oh, live," and I'll click it and it will say stream ended like an hour ago. I'm like, "Oh shit!" Does me boxing, that does. I was too late today, says Durgeon. No, you weren't, mate.
Just get into a stream and it ends.
Literally, no, it's already ended half the time. I get the notification. I'm like, "Oh, yeah. And I'll go to it and it's like ended an hour ago. I'm like, what the? But
you're just thinking, what did I come there for?
By the time I finish work and sort of 8 o'clock, I'm normally quite busy, or I'll come home from work and I'll fall asleep for half an hour, and then stuff happens and it's like, oh my god, live, and then try watching a live and listening to a live in the front room, because it's got to be in the front room, especially when the kids are awake. And when Leo, I mention all the time he's autistic, but when he's downstairs, it's exceptionally difficult to watch and concentrate on a live because he is on the go, and I mean like on the go. He's quite loud and all the rest of it, and it's really difficult to concentrate on it. You can't watch a film or anything, unless it's a film that he likes. So he'll watch Shrek once, and then you can put it on again, and he'll sit there and watch it again, and then he'll sit there and watch it again and again and again. But that's all part of his autism. All that Angry Birds, he'll watch that over and over again.
Yeah, but that's just part of his.
It's just one of them, isn't it?
It's just what it is. He can't help it.
I find it. I used to last year. I used to keep up with everybody's videos, everybody's lives, everybody's everything, and that had a big contribution into me going a bit doolally through lockdown as well. And it was just too much. It was literally digital overload. So I promised Tara that I'd leave it alone a bit more. Just the digital world, if you like. But now, you know, I do my own little thing on YouTube, whack it around the groups. That's about it. I'm not heavily involved with anything with the groups like I used to be last year. Purely because it just, like I said, it takes up too much time for me anyway. If I had a job where I was at work, I don't know, late evening maybe, then you've got the day. That might be a bit easier, I suppose, because you know Leo's at nursery in the morning. But sometimes it's a full-time job without being paid for a full-time job.
I can understand that. I mean, I'm only popping on these. You're doing hard work. I've been having to play at making some videos for my channel, and yeah, it's quite freaking involved, isn't it? Really, full respect to you.
To get one live out and 2 videos is, oh man, it's there's a lot of work, more work than what people realise, especially if you're working as well. It's difficult to do. Luckily,
I wasn't after a new car, which I'm gonna need, and I would like to get the loft properly done. Unfortunately, you've got to get it done properly here with the council. You've got to do it. You've got to follow the regs. Do you know, like fire regs and stuff? It's not like I can just have something up and call it like a hobby room. So yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to have
permission, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to have it right. It's just the nature of technically it's a heritage area here.
They say about the loft. They say watch out for bats and that up there.
Oh yeah, we haven't got any, but there's quite a lot of them. I'm all for that. I'd have a box up or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
There are a couple of people down the lane who have the protected bats. They've got bat things on the side of the house, the bat houses and that.
One of my mates had a pigeon nest in his flat at one point.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. You come home and you left the window open. You got pigeon nesting in your sink, kind of thing.
Yeah. Or right next to your carpet or something.
We've had foxes come in through the cat flap, eat the cat food, and like the cat's sat next to the like fox, just looking at it, going, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Who are you? You're not a dog. Yeah. What are you?
I mean, I've had cubs come in and out the garden when I've been out. It's like, but as soon as they see you, they're fucking shy and they bolt. Because they don't know we're not going to hurt them, do they?
No, that's it.
But they said foxes and things like that, they would rather be left alone than be attacked.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
But they'd also, because they said they'd rather be left alone than attack a human as well.
Yeah.
Shit.
As well.
It's Friday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was Wednesday today and Thursday tomorrow.
Yeah, why? What's the score? You up early or what?
Go to work Friday, got the weekend off. I'm not on call. I'm on call at the moment.
All right, I'll get you. Yeah.
So literally, I was on the way home, and then got a phone call. There's a job coming, so I've had to turn around and go and do a job. I got back in at 6:30. I was like, "Fuck's sake!" You know what I mean?
Mate used to work for HomeServe, and he's the same. He was. We always used to have like Thursday night get together, and he'd come to it, but he was always on guard, and every time he got called, like, you know. What is you guys don't make a bridge day? Today was a bank holiday. It's not a bank holiday, is it?
It's not a bank holiday here. When there's a bank holiday, where I work, it closes down, but there's an engineer on call.
Yeah.
So if I'm on call on the bank holiday, I'll get a day's holiday back, regardless if I get called out or not.
Yeah, I get you.
But after 2.5 years, I've only just found that out. So the bank holidays that I've done over the last 2.5 years, I've lost out on. So I've literally got Good Friday back, and then I got New Year's Eve and New Year's Day back, and that's it. And I did like 4 days over Christmas bank holidays last year, which I've missed.
Yeah, no rest of the wicked. That's why I used to like that side of office work. Christmas, just shut the office for 2 weeks.
Someone just sent me an M&M GIF on Facebook.
Oh, what?
Someone just sent me an M&M GIF on Facebook.
An M&M gift?
Yeah, it's the one with the real Slim Shady where he dresses up like that superhero with the fat ass thing.
Oh, Spider Monster Saturday, daughter's bridal shower. 2 weeks later, she gets married. 2 weeks after that, my granddaughter's first birthday. Got to plan a baby shower for my other daughter. Oh, that is an awesome month you've got coming up. Absolutely awesome.
I need to book I'm going to book the Monday off. Book the Sunday and the Monday for Doncaster. It's 27th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just booked the 7th of June off, and you'll never ever guess what I'm doing.
Go
on. Okay, so I got contacted by somebody.
Go on, yeah.
And I started chatting to him, and he's Nigerian. So he runs a radio station. So he wants to do an interview and talk about tarantulas in the wild, as well as what I do on the Nigerian radio station at 2 p.m. Nigerian time. But I think 2 p.m. Nigerian time is 2 p.m. UK time anyway.
I don't know.
So it's on for about 30 minutes, but then like people can ask questions and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And I'm thinking, oh shit. So hopefully that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. That's out of the blue, isn't it?
Literally, yeah. But I mean, I'm up for anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Not for publicity, just because he's talking about spiders. It'd be interesting to kind of turn the tables on the interviewer as well and say, well, when you go out, what do you see?
Yeah,
Nigeria. I'm thinking OBTs.
Went on holiday to Crete, and on the evenings, it was just all you could hear was the crickets. I saw them as well. They were the tree crickets, Italian tree crickets. They are over there basically, and they're these massive white things which just sit up in the trees, go zzz, like that. What else did I see there? Geckos. Scott's Animal Adventures has isopods that I've seen in the wild in Crete. I've got pictures of them. Yeah. Katydids as well. And
I've seen lizards. Seen a lot of lizards in Malta. Little lizards on walls. What they were, I can't remember. They look similar to mourning geckos, just slightly bigger.
Yeah, you probably do. There's there is house geckos, isn't there? There's a Moorish gecko, I think.
Day geckos are absolutely gorgeous, and tokay gecko is what
geckos, yeah.
I would love. Absolutely love a tokay gecko.
They used to be inexpensive as well.
Used to be. The morning geckos, Tara's robbed them. My other leopard geckos, Tara's robbed them. The crested gecko, Tara's robbed that. Tokay gecko, I want that for me.
They used to be like a tenner.
Oh, I wish they still were.
Yeah,
is there anything
20 years ago, like kind of thing? Got a rep, haven't they? Like,
yeah, they've got plates in their mouth which they crush with, and they're exceptionally strong. So the power they've got behind them is incredible. Imagine go to Asia or Africa for searching for spider trip with a group. Or Martin Lee
does, doesn't he? Tony Webb does.
Martin Lee's, Lee
Yeah.
from the Spider Shop, Tony Webb, they all do that. In fact, Tony Webb's got some mad ideas that I was speaking to him about a year and a half ago, just before this pandemic come out. So once that's finished and COVID's over, if he carries them through, it's going to be like another level amazing.
Nice.
Martin's sat with gorillas up, in the wild. That's just like what? If you chat to Martin, he'll send you pictures of like the areas that we spiders come from, where he's been.
I've not spoken to him for a while. Not falling out or anything. We just not really spoken to him. But for husbandry, he's ace. He's like another unsung.
BTS have asked him to do lectures, and he keeps turning them down.
I asked him for husbandry. I used to when I got back into the hobby. He was so good at. I asked him about stuff like Phomictopus and Depentaloris, and he just told me the habitat because he's seen where they are in the wild. So I've just used his advice.
That's one I really want to go for, though, Bailey. It's the Red Island bird eater.
Is that? I don't really know what that is. What do you?
I think it's got a red tinge to it as it gets older.
Wow, that's interesting.
It's like a pinkish red tinge on it as it grows up.
Is there one something a Panama one or something? That's a red.
I can't remember which one that one is because I keep going off scientific names now.
Panama blonde. That's the poultry one.
Gotcha. I need to get up to me things. Who was it? It was who had the Piamania? Who was mentioned? They just got one, and they were buzzing about it before. There's no one in chat.
Oh, is there something to Richamatus?
Right, what's that one?
Red Island bird eater.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's the one I really want to try.
So Uratus is a Cuban bronze. Got a Richamatus. They're not that. I wouldn't say they're red. They're like a goldy brown, darker brown than what the Uratus is.
Yeah.
Have you got any Pamphobetus?
Yeah.
What are they like? I mean, Ellie mentioned it. She's got some Macala. I wonder if
I've got Macala, female. Similar to Phomictopus.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
They flick hairs at the drop of a hat.
Are they rainforest? They're Ecuador, aren't they? So I presume they're rainforest species. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Jurgen's just said, I don't know if these areas are safe. Yeah, too right, mate. Get bloody cat by the Khmer Rouge.
I have a mate in Wales. He named one of his OBTs Striker because he used to like thump the ground and do a fret pose all the time.
Nigricola and Mascara. Gotcha. And so, a Pamphobetus and Zenethsis, are they 100% a separate genus?
Oh, in the hobby, probably not.
No, right. It's just a question, but it's a Dan question, that really. Dan Naismith will
it's one of them, isn't it? It's in the hobby. There's going to be mixes, so you're going to have to speak to somebody like Dan. Lee, again from the Spy Shop, will probably be able to describe the subtle differences to make sure that yours is exactly what it says. He's the one. Actually, Lee was the one that the Euthalia species green. I put that on one of the big tarantula groups. Can't remember which one it was now because I didn't know what it was at the time. This was about a year and a half ago, and he was the one that said that's the Euthalia species green. And I said, I didn't think that, but you just don't see them. That's why I didn't think it was. Do you know what I mean? Some people have said Lazadora and all sorts. And then when I looked at the pictures more closely, and then it molted out, and then you could see the green, it was like, oh yeah.
I got my velvet spider because of Lee. He took the time to go to another stall. As he was closing up, he knew I wanted one. I got chatting to him in Doncaster, and he just says, "Oh yeah, I know where there'll be one," and just went over to the stall and sorted one for me. I was like, "Wow, nice, cheers."
Yeah, him and Tony Webb, two of the nicest people that are just not just in it to make money.
Yeah, well,
Obviously they need to make a living because it's what they do full time.
Yeah, too right. Yeah.
They're not into, oh well, give me your money. They are into, let's make the hobby better.
Yeah, big time, yeah.
I don't know. I think Tony still gets a lot of shit for no reason.
Well, why?
80 millions of critters. I don't know. I don't really know.
Nonsense.
Bit of politics maybe going on. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be some bollocks. Yeah, fucking nonsense.
Some bullshit.
Hey, Chris. Don't know, yawning. That's age, isn't it? Yeah.
Age reminds me of what my mum said the other day. She said memory gets worse as you get older.
No, that's just weed.
Yeah, I'm coming on for a little bit. I need to be quiet.
Why?
Because people are sleeping.
Yeah.
Wake up!
You cruel man.
Echo, lights off.
You pisser. You frick. Fuck.
Oh, my face.
I'm gonna do is Jurgen now, and it's after a late night stream.
He's got an Alexa in it.
Yeah.
Echo, turn lights on. Oh Lord, got me. I got some more memory from a PC, Jurgen, which is just sorting out a lot of video problems.
Nice.
Yeah.
It is expensive now because we are shortages because of everything was closed because of China.
Yeah.
It's like
Years ago, I remember there was the horrible landslides. I think it was in Thailand years ago, where a lot of stuff gets manufactured, and hard drives and RAM were expensive then, back in about 2013.
Yeah, I saw it today on the news as well. Everything was getting up in price, but they're gonna produce more because everything will be soon out lockdown again, but takes a year. What do you have, Scott?
Oh,
little
Lord.
lizard.
So that's a morning gecko.
Yeah, one of the babies.
Nice.
Little chaps. What do you feed them on? Fruit flies and stuff, or they're big enough to take a few things?
Fruit flies, Ripeshi, crested gecko food, and grapes. One of the things I feed them on is, do you know, fruit puree for babies?
Yeah.
A baby thing.
Yeah, some of that.
So you might know this. Have you ever seen
very healthy
the really small pygmy geckos? Right, you can get different kinds, can't you?
Gonna make coffee fest.
Yeah, coffee and a bagel. Small pygmy geckos. Are any of them available in the hobby? The really tiny things, which are like that.
Just the morning geckos are the smallest ones that I know of.
No, they're smaller, you know. Looking crazy.
But like I said, Tara's confiscated those ones.
That's nice that she's involved, isn't it? It's a godsend for you, that.
Oh yeah.
No credit to her.
She knows what it all means to me, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I don't go to a pub. I don't drink. So this is it. And she knows it's healthy addiction. So
Too right. What's this in where tarantula room things?
that's the crab spider.
Ah, yes, yeah. Mine'll be going in one of them. That's bigger. That one you've got's bigger than mine. It's not far behind. Mine's about 2 molts behind that. Cameroon crab spider, Bali.
It is a gimp. It is missing a leg.
Yeah. It'll come
How
back,
did
won't
that
it?
happen?
If it's
Yeah.
At least it's not a spider crab. Because they can be fucking vicious, apparently.
big, aren't they? Japanese spider crabs.
Do you know there's spermithia on these, Andrew?
Hmm.
Can you see them without a molt?
I don't know. I think there is dimorphism. I think.
Because that is looking pretty male to me.
They used to be quite commonly bred, you know.
If it gets boxing gloves, it's coming to you.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Lovely. Look at that.
Oh, very beautiful.
You see what I mean about the spermithia?
I'm sure there is a. Yeah, you can see, can't you? I'm sure there's dimorphism in them. You know, I'm sure there is. I think it's a bit more common in shrews.
Well, yeah. Look at
I mean, it's a bit more prevalent earlier on. Yeah, see, Sally's flipping giant grey tiger markings for females, isn't it? Then badge huntsmen were knocking around lately as well. You know, the yellow one. What's that? What we got here?
That's the female.
Oh.
Yeah, mine's a female, my Sala, yeah.
Need a male.
David Dance or Andy Orms, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they were talking about saying it's a nightmare to get shrews at the moment.
I don't mind some African baboons, but my guy in the pet shop said some of them can be bastards.
What's that?
My mate in the pet shop said some African baboons can be vicious bastards.
Oh, yeah, big time.
The can be.
Baboon spiders, African baboon spider. There's a pet shop near me years ago, garden centre, and I bought an OBT years ago, first one I had. The girl was going to pick it out by hand. I was like, whoa, what are you doing? It's just to them, it was just a nice looking, fancy looking spider, like a bright orange, cool looking spider.
My pet shop does have an adult female I want, though. My pet shop does have an adult female I want. So they've got the Mexican flame knee in her set up for £100.
All right, that isn't it for a female?
Yeah, for a female in her set up.
Depends what size it is.
Yeah, she's an adult female. She's
Get it?
Yeah,
I had an adult female. Are the Grammar Stole Rosé now, or have they changed the name?
I think
Mexican flame knee, I think.
Chilean Rose, isn't it?
I think it's Brachypelma. I think it's Brachypelma now.
Or whatever it is. Titlicatl.
I think the Mexican flame knees that was the one.
I saw a thing in the Spider World EU spider, and it was like €625 for a couple, but it's like they discover it as a brand new species. It's like a Birupus simoroxigurum.
Yeah,
Got one.
Rufus.
But beautiful with
Beautiful.
blue legs.
Blue leg, innit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
real metallic blue. Yeah.
Got one.
Golden blue leg.
It's only in
You-
sleep.
But then a pair €625. Whoa. There you can buy a lot of other spiders for if you
At
begin with
holes, I
it.
think, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
I've
Yeah,
heard
it's some-
that.
It's something like that. Look,
Yeah.
maybe you can
Yeah,
see.
yeah, that thing, yeah. What's it?
Simox with something.
Yeah.
Some Mox
Yeah.
Gold.
What the?
Oh, yeah.
And it's
Aren't they?
Female and male, €625.
yeah.
No, that's for a male and female. What size?
5 centimeters.
5 centimeters. Yeah,
Yeah.
That'd probably
but
be
if you
more,
compare
really.
that, maybe you can make a nice amount out of it. Eh? But it's an
Potentially, it's an investment, like, yeah.
Mm. If you sell then the slings for $50 a piece, then you have like, and it's not expensive, of $40 a piece.
It's like
Oh,
I used to look on sites back in. I remember it was like back in 2001, and Thingy had just come on the scene. The Singapore, I think it's
Singapore blue.
Singapore Blues, basically. They were.
Philosiceps.
It must be. It must be.
Purple
Yeah.
tree spider.
Huh? No, it's not. No. Singapore Blue was the common name. I thought it was Omi. I think it begins with OM. OM the first. Just have a look for it. Singapore Blues common name, and they were flipping £650 when
Yeah,
they first.
Philosiceps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I got
Oh, I
one.
thought you said someone else then.
They're gorgeous. I've got a sling probably about 3 centimeters.
Yeah, and I bet they're not £600 now, are they? Them?
No.
What are
Gorgeous.
they? Them now?
Gorgeous, but little shit.
I
Gorgeous,
think
but
I got
little
mine in
shit
the mystery
towards
box.
you.
spider.
Mm.
Gorgeous, but little shits towards you.
Exactly.
Well, as with most old worlds, they're little shits towards you, aren't they?
I like the whole
Then
baboons as well.
Some new worlds can be quite aggressive.
You see,
Yeah, Formics are crazy.
Yeah,
And do
it's
you
like
got
the-
those? Do somebody
the
got
giant
this
lightning
spider like
bacon.
this? That's also a beautiful one.
Yeah.
HX
yeah, it's,
Martha,
Yeah, it's
the Martha.
LSD.
Apoclotus.
I had one and it passed away.
Oh,
that
that's a fully
I-
metallic. Eh?
I had it for about.
The spider shop just got a Brazilian Joe slinging.
Thingy was doing them LSD ones. I think at Doncaster show, Spider Shop was selling them on offer, and I bloody missed it. I should have got one.
I don't know, because spider shop go to the invert shows, don't they?
Yeah, base, yeah. And Spider Shop, Portsmouth Tarantulas. Well, Portsmouth Tarantulas, so many legs are the ones I mainly see when I go. Obviously, it's just because of
Spiders World you probably wouldn't see because they're out of Poland.
I like popping around the little sellers that you
Same.
think you've never heard of because they only show at the couple of shows a year because they only breed a few teams. Yeah,
Well,
I love
there's-
going and seeing them.
If you go to when you go, there's the one who's essentially the wee bug house. They trade as, I think, and this stuff they have is brilliant. You know, they have like cave crickets, predatory catidids, and it's just totally different stuff. Totally
Yeah,
different.
but the things on second-hand pages, like the 6 spiderlings I bought from Fat Bob, but at the second-hand store it was like a girl, and she had like different spiders, and I bought 6 from her. Also, the how do you call it? I got a bigger pulchria, and then the sun tiger and stuff, and then the other were like 2 centimeters half, but the other two were, and I bought 6 different species with terrarium also with it.
Wow.
Yeah, that I have also, and I paid for them like 60 euros. She wanna get rid of it
Well,
because
with
she bought
setups.
the puppy.
So like
What?
€10 per spider in setup, yeah.
Yeah, the sun
Good
tiger,
name.
and she was already like 5 centimeters. and
Nice.
stuff. Yeah, and I bought everything for. She wanna get rid of it, and I bought it for 60 quid. So,
With
euro.
everything, so.
Sometimes
So
you make good deals, like the enclosures as well, the exoterras. On a marketplace on Facebook, they sell them
Yeah.
for 15,
And-
20 euros sometimes.
Yeah, £10-15. I've seen them.
Mm.
It's a shame, really. Because I want to stick with one kind of enclosure, or would get them as well.
But at the moment, with my,
Yeah,
I made her also myself now, very cheap, and then it's good. And what as well is like in the beginning, if you have slings, you can take plastic containers, but not the
Yeah.
throwawayables. You need to have the durables, because if you have the throwaway, 10 times you put a lid on it and it smashes. Sometimes it's like,
Yeah, I use the essentially sauce pots for the smallest slings I use. It's because you can prick holes in them with them. Prick holes with a pin.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
got I got those like this.
Yeah, the deli cups.
when you try and pop holes in the pots.
Oh yeah,
I'd
the
break
deli cups. Right. I use the deli cups for slings.
deli cups are ace, yeah.
Yeah, because you can just poke little holes in them with a pin or
That's
something.
exactly it, isn't it, bud? Yeah. I've got
I've got to give credit
in
to
one at the moment.
I give
Tiny.
credit to the spider shop, because when they put them in the sling pots, they do put holes in them.
Yeah, big time, yeah.
Because the last thing you want is for a tarantula to go to transit and it can't breathe and it dies on arrival.
Custom Aquaria.
But for the smallest ones, I use those cups. But I don't have spiderlings. But I put my things in it now. It's like that. It's like the little daily cups I use,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they
exactly.
are
Them.
yeah, and I pay €1.90 for 50 for those
They're brilliant,
50 of those with a roof thing. But now I use them for my things, my darkling beetles to pupiate.
Oh, yeah.
They are all pupiate, but and the small cups, it's very small cups, and it's only like less than €2 for 50 pieces with things on it, and it's
Have you got?
cheap.
What have you done? Have you separated all them darkling beetles?
No. This like things. Look, they are already pupate.
Are they live food ones, or are they sort of hobby ones?
No, that's just like that. Look, it's like wait, it's darkling beetle larvae. You know?
Yeah.
It's a
So what
box.
kind are they? Are they standard mealworm kind or not?
No, that's Morio worm, super worm.
Oh yeah. Wow.
They're the bigger ones.
Yeah, I've actually seen the adults of them appear in my the pupating in the bottom of my assassin bug enclosure at the moment. You can actually see them through there.
Assassin bugs are awesome, though.
But I separate them because also if they turn into beetles, it's better to keep them still separated, because if you put the larvae together and one hatches early, they gonna nibble on their mates. If you don't watch them.
Darklings are essentially those death feigning beetles, aren't they? And there's a guy who breeds. There's a guy who started to breed them successfully in America, and I'd love it if they become captive bred.
But this is just normal beetles, from Morio worms. It's not special ones. It's for food.
Oh, Anton's back. He said, "Sup."
Sup, Anton. Sup.
Cross the border. That's my great accent. across the border.
It takes you back to that
There's
scary
a
movie.
storm brewing.
Have you ever seen a program called Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? Any chance?
No, it's not.
They do a skit on Scotland. The episode's called Scotch Mist, and
Dark what?
it's called Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, and they do a skit on Scotland. It's like a false, like the old Hammer horror films. It's like it's a piss take of them, sort of. And they do. There's an episode called Scotch Mist, and it's really good. It's just he tells a story about him falling asleep on a plane and
Anton is also lying.
He falls asleep on a train and wakes up in Glasgow, and it's like a horror. It's this horror story he starts telling. They buttered Mole's balls.
You've seen the Louis, what's his name in the documentaries? The Louis Theroux or something.
Louis Theroux, yeah.
Yeah, like the one where he goes to WWE.
Yes, I have to make him throw up.
Yeah, they do that. They beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they overtrain him, like kind of thing.
Yeah, they overtrain him.
Louis Theroux is amazing.
Brilliant. That Jimmy Savile one is just cringeworthy, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I thank fuck he's dead, though.
Maybe he did it, but fuck.
Yeah, but thank fuck he's dead in real life, like.
Crazy. Jewelry.
Yeah.
Well, no.
It's
not really, is it?
YouTube.
It's not thank fuck he's dead, because he never even faced his crimes, did he?
No.
Oh, no, yeah.
He went to the grave thinking he got away with it all.
Scotland's ace. I love
I love Scotland.
Dumfries and Galloway is my favourite place in the fripping world, mate. I love it. West coast of Scotland. I love driving.
Northeast Scotland, amazing.
I've never been. Just been west coast.
There's some. Remember,
there's Wick, isn't there, in the northeast? It's proper.
A League of Gentlemen.
Yep.
It's a bit like that up northeast Scotland.
Oh, I used to work up in Inverness.
You're not local. All that.
You're no local. Don't go out after dark, son. Turn Irish then.
That was
wrong country. I'd like to do the coast. Just get in my car and go all the way up, kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
But that again, we're getting back to inverts again. I went in mid 2010s, and it was just alive with insects. I found so many things. I had my cheap camera with me, and I found so many creatures in Dumfries, Galloway way, like all the massive bush crickets and stuff like that, and then weird. Yeah, it's dead interesting. It was just alive, basically. It's Scotland is essentially, because it's not touched a lot of it on the coast. It's essentially what our wildlife used to be 50 years ago, if that makes sense, Because I remember it I remember even 30 years ago, all the meadows and stuff around here, which have been bloody bulldozed over.
Imagine the difference our grandparents would think.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of Escath Bank memories, stuff like that. Crazy. Well, there used to be grass snakes and slowworms here, but we don't get them anymore.
No, because there's nowhere for them.
No. Nonsense.
Looks like we're on an all-nighter then, because we've been on the stream for like 4 hours.
It's like it's like they say, oh yeah, there's loads of countryside, and it's like, no, there's lots of farmland. That's not countryside.
Yeah, it's green wasteland.
It's not.
It really is.
Not countryside. It's bullshit.
My dad got a letter published about that once in one of the papers. Yeah, it is. It's not. Yeah, it's not. Well, Anton, I'm afraid technically the slow worm is actually a different species to the glass lizard, I believe. It is geek. It is geek chat. It is geek chat.
Well, Anton.
Yeah. Well, have you seen that? You've seen the intro I did for Bailey's book blog. Oh, hello. I can pretend to read it.
Hello.
Yeah. Let's have a look. I can find it.
I bet I've got it.
Yeah, if you play it.
Do you guys do also other hobbies or collecting something else than doing insects or not?
Health and fitness is a bit of a kick for me. I like my photography. My photography, Jurgen. I've got. Let's see if we can get a picture of what I've got set up here. Let's have a look.
I quit it like 3 years ago. I was into metal detecting. I was going to the sea and in the forest.
Yeah, my grandparents used to live on the coast, Blackpool, and loads of people used to do metal detecting. I can get the joy of that. That is what I've got. No, does that?
Oh yeah,
that's my setup. I've got, mate.
Oh, nice. Professional tools.
I used to do that. As a bit of a job.
That's one reason I'd go Blackpool Tower.
Professional photography is very expensive if you want to go in.
Yeah, I work with someone who's got DX things. Trippy.
Scottish Twin is online.
Evil Twin. It's a mirror universe. He's supposed to have a goatee, the evil version of you.
At the left, you see Scott with the normal head, and on the right, you see Scott with the lemon head.
I get what you're doing. He's putting videos across, aren't you? You legend. Happy days.
No, for my metal detecting, I had an Explorer SE, and it was one bought. It was like €800, and then I had like a MindLab Vanquish, and it was like 340. It was fun, but now I moved from Oost-Flanders to the Limburg, and now I'm further from the sea. So
it's very, very popular. Isn't it? I can get the joys of it. I mean, there used to be in Blackpool. There used to be dedicated shops, like dedicated metal detector shops.
Yeah,
cool as really. I'll be honest.
But now I was searching last time with my mates detector here in Limburg, but the ground is not diggable. It's all like the ground here in the neighborhood, because I live near the forest and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not the ground to make like vegetables in, but it's from the fruit trees, and it's clay ground. It's undiggable. It's not normal.
Let me just try something. Ready?
Oh, hello. It's Bailey's Bug Plug. Oh, hello. It's Bailey's Bug Plug. You see, I'm gonna do some piss takes of that as well. More. I'm gonna basically do more of them intros as proper piss takes.
It's like Bailey's was caught on cam reading. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do stuff like when a book's upside down and stuff like that, you know, just stupid stuff like that.
Get some bloopers on it, like. You throw a few bloopers in there as well.
Oh, yeah, big time. It's a massive, that's part of the plan, that.
When you try and go live and then you fuck it up.
I can do that anyway. I'm glad I'm back in sync, because the last time I was streaming, it was like max headroom. Like,
last time it was like,
What's he doing now, Scott? He's
Oh, he's doing something with his.
Trying
I know.
another
One
video.
cigarette. Oh, if I smoke cigarettes, I stay smoking cigarettes from morning till down.
Schmauken.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not healthy. Yeah.
It just killed me asthma off that.
But yeah, I never judge if people are addicted on other things. If they are happy, they are happy. Yeah, I don't
Why?
care.
Like Scott's got the rolling back here, and I get it because the taste is
Yeah.
dead nice.
Yeah, but with me as well. Look, I roll myself my cigarette. But if you're lucky, you don't need to walk anymore if you smoke a lot because he's missing a leg. You see. No, hey,
God.
but with us it's not so we pay like 12 euros, 12.50 for a box like that. So because in England tobacco is expensive, right?
No, massively.
£22 for 50 grams.
How much?
£22.
We I box like this I pay like but it's not a compact tobacco. It's like the
Flake.
bigger one, but it's like 12.50 for a box like that, and I do like 3 days with the box.
Wow.
Moon.
Where is it? Where are you?
Did you check that one, Bailey?
Hey.
What kind
nice.
of spider is it? This one?
That was the red knee, wasn't it?
Yeah, be a boring.
Yeah, the old what are they now?
Tamori in there now.
I'm getting tired.
Happy Pal-
Yeah.
Happy Pal was in
I called it Smithy in the video as well. I was like, oh, you twat.
It's all right, I think. Yeah.
I uploaded it. I was like, no, I didn't. I was like, oh, well, I'll leave it now. Fuck it.
I think there is a Smithy, isn't there?
Yeah, it
Hey,
wasn't
man.
Smithy. That was the first time using the macro and that on this camera.
Fucking sweet.
I've got the macro lens and the wide angle lens on at the moment. Hi, Moon.
You can do that. You can sort of. That's.
Moon is also a line.
Right. I think we better end the stream because I've got to get up in 6 hours. 7
We're
hours.
flagging, are we? But it's been emotional. It's been fun.
It's
This.
been emotional, very emotional. But yeah, I think we shall finish and call it a night.
Yeah.
Do you know that the boss called to me and I'm gonna say you're sick? Eh?
Anton says, does Persian have a channel or any media, any social media?
No, I don't have those things. I have a few iPad movies, like 5 or something, but I don't have Twitter or I don't have Instagram or something. I got a Facebook, but my Facebook account is very like how do you call it? I have no pictures on my Facebook. Yeah, it's like
Moon over Miami. Did you find it, Scott, with your macro lens? Yeah, I had to get the Raynox 150 out. This one's only at 10.
that's my profile picture on Facebook.
Yeah.
Right. I am gonna have to finish the stream, unfortunately, because me and Bailey especially are starting to flag. Yeah, and I have got to get up in about 7 hours.
This is 40. I've packed for tomorrow, so that's happy days. I'm just gonna have to make sure all my camera stuff's charged and that's it.
And get going.
Rocking.
Right. Night, everybody.
Night.
Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
Cheers.
See you later.
No night.
Yeah.
Like Terminator, how do you do it? Goodbye.
Good.